Hello. And thank you for joining the August Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, please visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I will now take a roll call of the members. Ms. Downs.
Present.
Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, the chair, Priscilla Rojas, is present. Okay, so item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the July 15th, 2021 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Awesome. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Cole Marine Construction, LLC, for use of a portion of Dry Dock 4, Pier 5, within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for construction laydown and berthing. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The BPDA owns Dry Dock number 4, Pier 5, located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Dry Dock number 4, Pier 5 is located at 300 Northern Ave and has a land area of approximately 100,688 square feet. Coastal Marine LLC was founded in 2013 and is located in Stoughton, Massachusetts. Coastal Marine is 100% woman-owned construction company specializing in marine and heavy civil construction, demolition, pile driving, earth support, bridge, pier, and deck construction, diving, and marine salvage. Coastal Marine is part of the construction team working on the Commonwealth Pier revitalization project at the Seaport World Trade Center, which began in the fall of 2020. Coastal Marine approached the BPDA in search of waterfront land and berthing for use as construction laydown and as a means of transporting those materials via barge to Commonwealth Pier. Coastal Marine will have exclusive use of approximately 20,000 square feet of land and pier, as well as approximately 200 linear feet of berth. Coastal Marine will pay $15,000 a month for the use of both land and berthing combined throughout the term of the license agreement. The term will be for 1 year, commencing on September 1st, 2021, and expire on August 31st, 2022. Coastal Marine shall continue to occupy the licensed premises beyond the expiration date on a month-to-month basis for no more than 12 months. During the 1 year term, the BPDA will receive $180,000. Coastal Marine will continue to pay $15,000 per month for every month that they continue to utilize the site after the expiration of the initial term. Staff is recommending that the BPDA enter into a license agreement with Coastal Marine Construction for the use of a portion of Dry Dock 4, Pier 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Do we have any questions from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 3, request authorization to amend the ground lease with MCP3 Foundry LLC to increase the size of the leased premises from 93,500 square feet to 115,023 square feet by incorporating portions of the abutting Elbow Pen Way and Anchor Way into the parcels P and O development site within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Sorry, I had my camera off. Marcus Partners is a real estate private equity firm involved in real estate development, asset management, and property management. In October 2020, the BPDA board approved the assignment of the leases for parcels O and P to Marcus, as well as a new ground lease between the EDIC and Marcus. Parcel O is the former Auburn Pan Corporation. Parcel P is occupied by McDonald Steel Company. The subject development site is 2.64-acre parcel of land situated in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, bounded by the Boston Ship Repair to the south, J.C. Canistraro to the east, Clark Kitchen to the west, and the Massport Marine Terminal to the north. MCP3 Foundry LLC is an affiliate of Marcus Partners. They propose to demolish the building on Parcel O and build a new 8-story, approximately 219,000 square foot life science research building. The McDonald Steel building on Parcel P is approximately 12,700 square feet and will be rehabbed and repurposed as amenity space for tenants on Parcel O. Auburn Way runs between Parcels O and P and intersects with Anchor Way. Anchor Way runs between Parcel P and Clark Kitchen. In order to form a contiguous parcel under the new ground lease and to increase the square footage for the proposed project, Marcus and the EDIC have agreed to increase the size of the leased premises in the new lease by including in the leased premises the entirety of Auburn Way and one half of Anchor Way up to the center point of the roadway. The leased premises would increase from 93,500 square feet to 115,023 square feet. Auburn Way and Anchor Way will still remain access roads and will not be built upon or closed to travel. Rent approved by BPDA in October 2020 was based on a 215,000 square foot development for $10.38 per square foot, or $2,231,895 payable in 2024. The new proposal is for a 228,000 square foot development. The 2024 rate at $10.38 per square foot will be $2,366,640. Staff recommends increasing the size of the leased premises from 93,500 square feet to 115,023 square feet by incorporating portions of the abutting Auburn Way and Anchor Way into the parcels O and P development. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 4, request authorization to amend the lease with the Massachusetts Port Authority for the 30-acre parcel of land known as the Massport Marine Terminal within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park to enter into a new term of lease, to amend the rent payment schedule to include the real estate tax payments from Massport to the city, and to enroll Massport in the RLFMP Climate Resiliency Program. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We are requesting board approval to amend the lease agreement between EDIC and the Massachusetts Port Authority for the 30-acre parcel of land known as the Massport Marine Terminal, or MMT, in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. The initial lease agreement with Massport was established in 1979 for an approximately 11-acre parcel of land. The current lease has been amended 6 times and will terminate no later than 2070. Rent last increased in 2015 to $975,325 per year and is scheduled to increase again by 10% in 2025. The lease restricts development at the MMT to container, port, and other maritime-related activities, and the area has been improved to date with 3 seafood processing facilities. The development rights for an additional 100,000 square feet of maritime-related facilities has been negotiated by Massport for a 7-acre area of the MMT. Massport and the prospective developers have requested that the termination date of the existing lease be extended to 2120 to allow the proposed developments to obtain market rate financing, which would be very difficult to achieve with only 49 years remaining on the lease between BPDA and Massport. In exchange for an elongated lease, Massport has agreed to increase base rent payments to the BPDA annually by the Consumer Price Index, not to exceed 3%. Massport has also agreed to pay the BPDA annually 12.5% of all rent received for all current and future developments. The agreed upon base rent and escalations will result in an immediate 26% increase in value to the BPDA, which could rise to 60% with the annual revenue sharing consideration. In addition, Massport will pay common area maintenance fees starting in 2057. The rent will be reset in 2070 to the current market rate. Massport will pay all of the taxes and fees imposed by the City of Boston, and they will participate in the Marine Parks Climate Resiliency Program. The BPDA is committed to protecting and enhancing maritime industrial activity within the marine park, and this agreement will help to preserve the 100% maritime site and create new opportunities for expansion for these businesses over the next 99 years. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. All right, item number 5, request authorization to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the City of Boston, acting by and through its Department of Public Works, authorizing the use of and payment for fuel and services provided by the Fleet Maintenance Unit. Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to join you today. As stated, I'm requesting your authorization to enter into a MOA for fleet maintenance. The City's Department of Public Works operates a fleet maintenance unit which provides fuel and services for city-owned vehicles. To achieve efficiency and decrease costs, the same unit provides services to all entities under the BPDA, including the EDIC, the BRA, which we will be requesting a vote on later today, and the Office of Workforce Development. Specifically, the services include fuel, emergency breakdown response and towing, inspections, repairs, washing, and other maintenance and coordination. By helping keep our relatively small fleet of vehicles in good repair, the BPDA is able to be a good neighbor and be present at our properties and programs across the city. The term of this MOA is 1 year, and the terms have not changed significantly from prior years. Typically, the BPDA spends less than $50,000 per year on these services, but the city requires that all MOAs for all departments authorize up to $250,000 in case major repairs are needed, such as for engines or other equipment. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Awesome, thank you, Laura. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 6, request authorization to apply the U.S. Department of Commerce to defederalize certain economic development agency grants that were awarded to the EDIC and administered by the Boston Local Development Corporation, and into all necessary agreements or documents that may be required to defederalize or release the federal interest in such grant awards. Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Approval of this request will allow the EDIC to apply for defederalization of these 2 grant awards received in 1979 and 1981 by the EDIC. They've been administered since that date by the Boston Local Development Corporation, BLDC. In that period of time, we've provided $7 million in loans with these funds, and it's created or retained about 2,000 Boston jobs. There was recent federal legislation called the Federal Invigorating Lending for the Future Act, which authorized these agencies to eliminate reporting requirements that we do biannually and have done biannually since 1979 for the use of these funds. They requested that we apply to not have to report anymore, and then at the 11th hour, they realized that the original award was to EDIC and not to BLDC. Thus, we're requesting this vote that will allow the director to sign such documents, requesting and then accepting the release of the defederalization. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, request authorization to amend the contract with Carasoft Technology Corporation to purchase Box.com cloud software for a 3-year term in the amount of $250,932.32. Michael.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board.
For clarity, Box is our cloud content management system where we store all our digital assets. That includes imagery, documents, maps, videos, etc. That said, I have nothing additional to add, but I'm happy to answer any questions or address any concerns you might have.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was joking, but I was.
Yes.
No, I am an active user of Box, and I really do appreciate
Excellent.
the access management, the security, all of the things around the documents that we have. So anyway.
I'm glad you're.
All right. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs,
Aye.
Mr. Monahan,
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Great, thank you all.
All right. And final item is personnel. Heather.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. We have several EDIC items for consideration this afternoon with details listed in your board memos. 6 appointments: Hugh Chan, Research Assistant, Data Analyst in Research; Michael Chirico, Research Coordinator in the Research Department; and Ruth Thermidor, Special Projects Coordinator in the Office of Workforce Development, all with a start date of August 23rd. Jonathan Short, Real Estate Development Officer in Real Estate with a start date of August 30th. Esther Yoon, Lease Administration Specialist in the Budget and Procurement Office with a start date of September 13th. Stephanie Santos, Procurement Specialist / Operations in the Budget and Procurement Office with a start date of September 20th. There is 1 employment service contract for consideration: Micah Quinones in the Office of Workforce Development with an effective date of August 23rd. We also have 2 status changes with details in your board packet. There is a request for approval to issue an RFP for an executive search firm for the role of Director of Finance. And lastly, we have 8 departures. Raul Devers, Senior Project Manager in Development Review with an effective date of July 16th. Jack Alverson, Transportation Planning Assistant in the Planning Department with an effective date of July 23rd. Noah Berkowitz, Geospatial Data Analyst in MAS with an effective date of July 24th. Emily Weja, Senior Web Content Manager in MIS with an effective date of July 26th. Natalie Punzak, Urban Designer 1 in Planning with an effective date of July 30th. Allison Van Twisk, Research Assistant in the Research Department with an effective date of July 30th. Kayla Miros, Research Manager in the Research Department with an effective date of August 6th. And lastly, Courtney Kinney, Assistant Deputy Director of YOU in the Office of Workforce Development with an effective date of August 13th. And thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Heather. On behalf of the board, congratulations and welcome to all new hires and promotions. And thank you for your service for all of those who have moved on. Good luck in your career. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs,
Aye.
Mr. Monahan,
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Heather. All right, and that concludes the EDIC agenda. I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
I second that motion.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs,
Aye.
Mr. Monahan,
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Moving on to the next meeting. So thank you for joining the August Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, please visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also live streamed at boston.gov/cable. We will now take a roll call to begin the meeting. Ms. Downs?
Present.
Mr. Monahan?
Present.
Dr. Landsmark?
Present.
Mr. Miller?
Present.
And I, the chair, Priscilla Rojas, am here. Okay, so first item on the agenda, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the July 15th, 2021 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Before we move on, I want to recognize a member from Councilor Arroyo's office who would like to take the floor. So the floor is yours, Mr. Frias.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jordan Frias here from Councilor Ricardo Arroyo's office. We just wanted to go on record in support of a couple items, 104 Walter Street and 804 Hyde Park Avenue. Thanks for taking me out of order. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you for your input. Okay, agenda item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on September 13th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. or at such a time deemed appropriate by the director to consider the proposed Boston Medical Center 2021 institutional master plan. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, Board of Appeal. Jeff?
Oops, sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Hampton, Senior Zoning Planner. The Planning and Zoning Department has prepared 54 petitions for transmittal to the ZBA for their hearings on August 24th and 31st. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 4, request authorization to adopt the planned South Boston Dorchester Avenue Transportation Plan to guide future transportation network improvements and investments. Jim?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Goldman, Secretary Bohemus. I'm really excited today to have the opportunity to present to you the highlights of our kind of final plan, South Boston Dorchester Avenue Transportation Plan. We've been working on this for the past couple years, and we are now at the point of kind of releasing our final plan recommendations and all the work that led up to that. I believe we have a presentation that I'm going to walk through with you to give you an overview of the plan. Excellent, thank you. Next slide, please, Joyce. Thank you. So just things that I wanted to cover today in this presentation are obviously kind of a quick overview of the 2016 comprehensive plan effort and how this transportation plan relates to that effort. Give an overview of our process and highlights on all of our work over the past couple of years, and give an overview of all the work and content that is actually in the plan document itself. It covers analysis on existing and future conditions, more importantly, getting into recommendations that were informed by all this really comprehensive analysis that we were able to do over the past couple of years. An overview also as well as our implementation plan and how we're going to move forward with implementing all of these recommendations. Next slide, please. And this was a massive effort. I'm the one presenting here today, but it was really a great coordinated effort of many staff at BPDA, obviously under the direction of our Director of Planning, Lauren Shurtleff, and Deputy Director of Transportation, Tad Reed. But on this list here on the left, I think you'll probably recognize a lot of familiar staff, but we had kind of all the disciplines of the BPDA involved in this, from the transportation planning team, Joe Blankenship, Sam Devine, neighborhood planning with Mary Canassis and Mark McGonigal, who was fantastic with community coordination and outreach, urban design, climate change, environmental planning, and our development review staff that are involved in projects, development projects that are advancing in this high growth area. And then other city staff and colleagues as well. Obviously, the Boston Transportation Department was a very important partner with us. Pat Hoey has been the transportation planner for this area for a good 15 years, more than I've been involved in the area. But then also their transit team, their active transportation team that works on bike and ped issues, and the traffic engineering staff as well. Public Works was also an important partner. Water and sewer, they actually have a lot of ongoing infrastructure work in this entire geography, and then working with them on resiliency issues as well as it relates to water and sewer infrastructure. And also, obviously, our mayor's office of neighborhood services was an important part of our effort in working with the community. Next slide, please. We also had great coordination from our agency partners. BPDA obviously is an important part of all of our recommendations in our transit network and looking to improve the transit system. MassDOT and Massport were also involved in developing the recommendation of all this work. And as you may recall, we had the opportunity to hire a fantastic consulting team led by Nelson Nygaard. We're going to hear from the lead project manager from Nelson Nygaard later, who's going to walk us through the elements of the plan, Teresa Carr. Her team was fantastic and did a lot of great work, a lot of efficient work. We had subs with Tool Design, which is one of the top kind of infrastructure design firms, and then UTIO was a great sub as well, helping us out with graphics and urban design issues. Next slide, please. A quick overview of the timeline. We started this effort really in earnest back in kind of late fall, early winter of 2019, when we were able to get the resources and hire this great consultant team. And kind of the first steps, obviously, were mobilizing the team, collecting data, starting to do our analysis. We had intended on starting our public process in the spring of 2020. We had our data advertised in March, and then, everything went into shutdown. So we had a bit of delay as far as kicking off our first public process, which really started with our first public meeting in the summer. But what that did is it didn't allow us to go hit the ground running in our first public meeting in the summer of 2020 and present to the community a lot of existing conditions analysis, even present to them some improvements that we thought were necessary based on that analysis. And then from there, we went into kind of hearing from the community what their priorities were, goal setting to help guide our recommendations and our future work, and from there, developing short-term recommendations that we reviewed with the community at that meeting, and then came back to them in the fall of 2020 and presented our short-term recommendations based on great community feedback, and then also kind of longer-term, more aspirational recommended improvements were presented at that time. And then that kind of led up to really releasing our kind of final recommendations and our final draft plan, which we were able to do that just this past spring. And then from that meeting, feedback on the final recommendations, the final plan, we're now at the stage where we have a final plan that we've released, and we're here to present to you and hopefully get your approval. Next slide, please. Just an overview on the study area. In dark purple is the plan.ad geography, again, which was the original master planning effort that was completed back in 2016. From a technical kind of traffic modeling perspective, we built a much larger model that you see in the lighter purple. Obviously, transportation is not boundary specific. And then on the transit side too, the geographic area we looked at, the demand for transit and connectivity on the transit side, the transit network, actually was much more of a regional look, which we'll also get into a little bit later when we walk through the elements of the plan and the work that we did. Next slide, please. Quick recap of the 2016 plan. That was a plan that really kind of set the vision with the community as far as land use and density, potential uses, use mix that you see in this chart here, and kind of what and where, obviously. And so that really was the guiding force kind of behind this work. And one of the main recommendations coming out of the 2016 plan, if you flip to the next slide, with that work, we developed what you see on the right here, a new roadway network that you see in yellow. As you may know, west of Dorchester Avenue in this geography is very lacking of streets and public ways. And in order for us to vision this future for the plan.ad area, we obviously needed a much more finer grained multi-use network that could serve all the land uses and the future growth that we worked on with the community in the 2016 plan. We were fairly confident at that time of this new network that you see here in yellow, but we really realized we need to do some really in-depth work and analysis on making sure this network that we worked on back then could really work and function, especially with all the new growth that's envisioned through the Plan.Av plan. And we also wanted to take a much deeper dive on things like transit connectivity, new transit needs, new transit service that might be needed for this new area, this new neighborhood. Next slide, please. Another quick overview on kind of outreach in the public process. We had multiple public meetings, as I highlighted already. We met directly with our elected officials in the South Boston neighborhood. I think we also just received a letter from Councilor Flynn, who is a great partner with us. He helped guide us into very important priorities of pedestrian safety, helped push us to really advance kind of immediate term safety and pedestrian safety issues, which I'm proud to say are now efforts that are formally being advanced for a couple specific locations by the City of Boston with Public Works and the Boston Transportation Department. We also dropped into many civic group meetings. Mark McGonigal was, as always, attending many of those and promoting our planning process and getting the community involved in our public meetings. We obviously coordinated very well with our different agency partners at MassDOT and MTA. And then we had a full project website where we received lots and lots of comments, which is the next slide. We received almost 200 plus comments on the next slide. Thank you. 300 comments, over 300 comments we received through our public meetings and our website. And I will say, I think there was fantastic engagement from the community, a lot of great feedback that really helped guide our work and inform our recommendations. So we had great participation from the community and very positive working relationship with them throughout the whole process. Next slide, please. And one of the first things we did in our first public meeting was form goals to guide our work with the community. Obvious one would be mobility. I think today there's really a lack of a network to speak of in this area, and really a lack of other modal options. So mobility was key. Safety, as I highlighted earlier, is a very real issue today at many locations, at many intersections. And we were able to really come up with some immediate improvements that hopefully will get advanced and implemented this year. Environmental issues, I think we did a really good job of focusing on alternative modes to kind of reduce vehicular mode shares in the future. Equity was an important part too. Equity as far as it relates to public connectivity. We recommend that a whole new network be a publicly accessible network, not only publicly accessible, but connected with the existing neighborhood. And then also prioritizing alternative mode options, which today is a very vehicular dominated environment. And I think we did a really good job of focusing on alternative modes to give people, every modal option they could want in the long term. And then investment too. We needed to make sure we were recommending projects that couldn't be built or were so expensive or so difficult to implement that it would take years and years to implement. And those were really the guiding goals that we used to inform all of our work and all of our recommendations. Next slide, please. So now I think at this point, we just wanted to walk you through the plan document itself, the final plan, the elements of it, a lot of the work that went into it, and highlight some of the recommendations, at least the modal recommendations. And at this point, I would like to turn it over to Teresa Carr, who is our lead consultant with the Nelson Nygaard consulting firm.
Thank you, Jim. And thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Polhemus. We appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. As Jim mentioned, these next few slides provide a brief walkthrough of what's included in the final plan. The full plan, I believe, has been provided as part of your packet and is available by following the URL on all of these slides. The plan has an executive summary and an introduction chapter which explains our process and how this plan relates to the 2016 plan, South Boston, Dorchester Avenue. As you can see in the next slide, we then move into the existing conditions chapter. This chapter summarizes what we learned about challenges and opportunities in the area. A note that our existing conditions use data from fall 2019 pre-COVID. The process highlighted our understanding of how the study area is used today, so we wouldn't miss anything when we looked out at the future to develop recommendations. This material, as Jim mentioned, was the focus of our first public meeting. In addition to the chapter in the final report, there is an existing conditions report up on the project website that provides more detail. Each of the elements of this chapter, bicycling, transit, resiliency, for example, were distilled for the final plan, but each held a full chapter in the completed existing conditions report. And some highlights from this work were that safety concerns exist throughout the study area. This ended up being a main focus of our recommendations. We have a high stress network for bicyclists in our study area, and this is what is shown in this map, where the red lines highlight what is considered a high stress corridor for bicyclists. We have discontinuous sidewalks in congested and confusing intersections, and we have high transit demand, both on the red line and on many of the buses that are serving this area. As Jim mentioned earlier, our study laid out both short-term and long-term recommendations. And the existing conditions work provided the information that we needed to craft our short-term recommendations. As the next slide shows, the future conditions chapter lays out how we forecasted growth and travel patterns for the area in the future, which we defined as 2040 and full build out of the study area. Also of importance is that we assume the future conditions includes build out of the proposed street grid in the 2016 plan, and land use is consistent with the 2016 plan. Future conditions was a main focus of our second public meeting. It started with a refinement of our land use assumptions. The table on this slide shows the type of developments anticipated in the study area, the size, percentage, gross square feet, both current, and how this is expected to increase in the future. We also align our future mode split, how people will get around, both to be consistent with Go Boston 2030 and what has been seen in other peer neighborhoods in the area. And that is as follows. We assume that 22% of trips would be taken on foot, 12% by bike, 29% driving, and 37% by transit. The next slide introduces you to our network recommendations. The network recommendations outlined in the plan start with a focus on safety. We build a network of streets as a way to enhance connectivity without relying on one or two main arterial streets and creating simple, safe intersections that work for all users. Next slide. The plan developed several network level maps that show how the recommendations work for the scale of the study area. The street grid includes Ellery Street as continuous and parallel to Dot Ave, Service Corridor Edge Road along the western edge of the study area, street setbacks by new development along Dot Ave and Old Colony, and additional connections as you can see on this map. Next slide, please. The overall transit network recommendations include a variety of service improvements that we would recommend that the T and MassDOT consider as part of the ongoing bus network redesign effort. And this is mainly to improve transit connections to various attractions within the Boston metropolitan area. Our recommendations looked at pilot transit priority improvements, increasing service frequency on existing bus routes, completing the design and construction of new head houses at both Broadway and Andrew, and improving access to the study area. We looked at investing in supportive infrastructure and amenities at bus stops, not precluding a new station near Track 61, and encouraging the TDM point system that has been developed by the city. Next slide. TDM, parking transportation demand management, include an encouragement to complete and adopt the TDM point system to proactively manage on-street parking, to encourage turnover and discourage long-term parking, to design and program the curb lane to minimize drive-alone trips, and to appropriately manage supply for parking in new developments. The next slide, please. The next slide, this slide focuses on pedestrian and bicycle travel. Our pedestrian network recognizes the tremendous potential for walking in this area and recommends the completion of the sidewalk network throughout the study area. For the bike network, we envision a suite of investments including on-street bike lanes, separated bike lanes, shared use paths, and intersection-specific improvements. Next slide. Our final chapter was the implementation chapter, which provides a strategy for how we go from plan to projects that are built. Next slide. The way this chapter is organized is in table form, with each of the recommendations as a line in the table. We've organized it by mode and by geography, and we describe the recommendation, highlighting the time frame for implementation, identifying the specific entity who will take the actions to move it forward, and we prepared a typology of investments: infrastructure, operations, policy, and guidance. Next slide. Thank you. Jim and I are here to answer your questions.
Sounds great. Thank you very much. Okay, do we have questions or comments from the board?
Can you talk a little bit about that last slide and the implementation timeframes? When you're saying short term, what does that mean exactly?
Sure. That's a great question. I think short term we've defined in the plan as 0 to 5 years. I say 0 because I think, as I highlighted earlier, I think we're actually fortunate to be advancing a couple of intersection improvements this year. So, and then kind of we have a couple medium term, but then long term are kind of the bigger aspirational things. The medium term is more the bus network recommendations because it's actually very good timing with MBTA's bus network redesign, and we're already seeing the MBTA advance some of these recommendations in that work. So I think that's maybe the bus network improvements are maybe, more medium term, I would say 5 to 10. And then we do have some, bolder things, improvement ideas for Andrew Square, for example, that are probably much more long-term, maybe 10 years out.
Given that so many people use the buses, is there a way to move the bus improvements into the short-term time frame?
I would love to. I think we do work in a daily basis with MBTA. They were great partners with this work. I think some of the more immediate things, tweaks, if you will, on improving things to service this area are more realistic in the short term. But we also have, and I know it's up quick, some bolder ideas for like completely new routes for a bus service on D Street, for example. That's probably more long term. Some of the tweaks, like improvements in operations around Broadway Station and Andrew Square, we're already working on advancing those with MBTA. We're exploring some potential for some bus priority on Southampton. So there are some things on the short term, I guess is my point, that we're hoping to get done on the bus network side. But some of the bigger ideas, like the new bus route, are probably a little further out.
Great, thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Well, thank you very much. This is, 180 pages of like a lot of work. So really appreciate the whole entire teams. I know it was an army to get this thing produced, and really appreciate the challenges and the benefits that we're going to have with all this interagency coordination. Right, knowing that is a lot to do, but great to see that cooperation. Again, this safety, the focus on safety is super key. We prove a lot of things based on this being a transit-oriented neighborhood area. So we know you're moving as fast as you can. But I think it would be great to have again periodic updates or a report of some sort to to see how we're tracking against those plans, right? We never want these just to get produced and sit on a shelf. So would love to again, as the agency and everybody feels appropriate, at a regular interval, to just see how this is going and make sure we can do all we can to support it.
Thank you. We'd love to come back anytime. And I know it's a lot to try to get through in a short period of time. So welcome any additional feedback going forward that board members may have. And it's also good timing because I think, as you know, there's some very large development on the west side of Dot Ave that's looking to advance. So we're hoping to help realize these network ideas as well and help them with some offsite mitigation ideas that are all in here. So it's really good timing. Thank you.
Okay, well, if there are no further questions or comments, I believe a motion is in order.
So moved.
Nice piece of work. Second.
All right, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item number 5, request authorization to petition the zoning commission to adopt a text amendment to sections 64 through 29 and 64 through 41 of the South End Neighborhood District to name the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture as the entity responsible for receiving and managing contribution funds for affordable cultural space pursuant to those sections of the Boston Zoning Code, and to authorize to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture. Jared.
Thank you, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board. In 2011, the then Boston Redevelopment Authority's planning team completed its multi-year public planning process in the South End called the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan. On January 18th, 2012, the Boston Zoning Commission adopted the planning initiative's zoning recommendations to the South End Neighborhood Zoning District, Article 64. In particular, the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan created foundations for sections 64-29 and 64-41 of Boston Zoning Code, which govern affordable commercial and cultural provisions for projects located in PDA areas within the South End. Planning staff determined that these sections of the zoning code are successful in incentivizing on-site affordable commercial space in the Harrison-Albany area, but updates are necessary to ensure the provision of cultural spaces. The existing zoning does not adequately fulfill the intent of the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan for a few reasons. One, it requires developers to create on-site affordable cultural space or a combination of on-site space and a partial buyout into a fund for the creation of affordable cultural space. While there is a fund contribution option available, these options still create space that is often too big for the needs of small cultural groups. Two, the Boston Local Development Corporation, BLDC, is named as the entity responsible for distributing all funds related to the creation of affordable cultural space. However, it is beyond the scope of BLDC's Articles of Incorporation to manage funds related to cultural entities. And three, the current definition of affordable cultural space requires entities to receive Massachusetts Cultural Council funding in the 5 years prior to occupancy, which is a high threshold for many cultural organizations that the planning initiative aims to support. We request your approval to petition the Boston Zoning Commission on the proposed amendments before you today, which will resolve these barriers by 1, providing flexibility in the fund contribution options, up to contributing the full amount in the form of funds to be used for the creation of affordable cultural space. 2, naming the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture as the entity responsible for administering funds related to affordable cultural spaces, eliminating the conflict that BLDC faces. And 3, changing the eligibility requirement to those organizations that have received Boston Cultural Council funding in the last 5 years prior to occupancy. This provides greater opportunity for Boston cultural organizations to take advantage of these affordable options. And finally, we request that the board approve for the director to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture in order to transfer all funds related to the creation of affordable cultural space as described in the zoning amendments, and to formalize the BPDA's partnership with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture to monitor the distribution of these funds. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions or comments from the board?
I love that we're making this change that will help support smaller, more grassroots arts organizations because there are so many in the city. I think this is fantastic.
Me too. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 6, request authorization to amend the contract with Mass Design Group Limited for the plan Mattapan Land Use, Urban Design, Market Analysis, and Transportation Study to include further land use, urban design, market analysis, and transportation services to increase the contract amount by $28,500 and to extend the term of the contract. What do we have on this?
Me.
Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry. I can't read your name.
It's Mugia. Everyone calls me Bugsy, so.
Okay, Muge, thank you for being kind.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. My name is Mugia, and I'm here today to request authorization for the director to amend the contract with Mass Design Group for the Plan Mattapan Land Use, Urban Design, Market Analysis, and Transportation Study. On July 11, 2019, the BPDA board authorized the director to enter into a contract with Mass Design Group for the Plan Mattapan Land Use, Urban Design, Market Analysis, and Transportation Study. The study will result in two primary deliverables: a Mattapan neighborhood plan and a comprehensive implementation plan for actionable items identified during the process. The Plan Mattapan process itself kicked off in fall of 2018. Since then, the study team has conducted 12 public meetings, 18 soft engagement events, and attended over 65 neighborhood association meetings and community gatherings. Currently, Mass Design Group and the BPDA are approximately 80% through the scope of work, which includes community engagement support, identification of focus areas for analysis, the creation of development scenarios, urban design guidelines, a transportation analysis, and a market analysis. Based on the results of this work and conversations with the community, the BPDA and Mass Design Group have identified preliminary recommendation concepts and are now refining those concepts. The BPDA will be discussing, evaluating, further refining these concepts with the community this fall and winter, and anticipates completing the plan document with final recommendations in spring of 2022. In March 2020, as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic paused this process and subsequently the work of Mass Design Group. The BPDA used this time to reevaluate the planning initiative and identified that the study requires further analysis on how realities such as COVID-19 exacerbate existing inequities in our neighborhoods, specifically Mattapan. As such, the BPDA seeks to increase the contract scope with Mass Design Group by supplementing the original study with further refinement of development scenarios based on community feedback and results of the market analysis, enhanced financing strategies due to the unprecedented impact of the pandemic on existing financial resources, and to identify opportunities for unconventional funding opportunities, and further community engagement in a remote and hybrid setting, and in collaboration with city departments, an exploration into urban design and landscape strategies that reduce the socially unequal distribution of environmental burdens like urban heat island and air quality. The aforementioned scope will cost an additional $28,500 and will yield extensive and valuable information, which will inform current and future planning recommendations and subsequently result in the implementation of the plan for the neighborhood. It's for these reasons I'm requesting authorization for the director to amend the contract with Mass Design Group, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Muge. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, just one comment. Really appreciate the work and the recognition. Just want to recognize the team on the work that's already been done. As a Mattapan resident, very appreciative of going the extra mile here and knowing that our community has been impacted tremendously by the pandemic. So just thank you. Okay. There are no questions. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Muge. Okay. Item number 7, request authorization to enter into a second amendment to the consultant service contract with Ask Bus, doing business as Ask Design Build Incorporated, for the Central Artery Tunnel Project Parcel 2 Park Design and Construction Process in an amount not to exceed $22,400. Kenan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Kenan Ryan. I'm the Deputy Director for Downtown and Neighborhood Planning. I want to apologize in advance. I just saw you in June for this project, but we ran into a construction issue, which is why we're back for a second contract amendment. The BPDA entered into a contract for consultant services with ASK Plus in an amount not to exceed $100,000 in July 30th, 2019 for the Parcel 2 park design. As a quick reminder, the Parcel 2 park design is the northernmost terminus, or will be the northernmost terminus to the Greenway park system. Due to the public health emergency in mid-March 2020, we ended up entering into a first contract amendment with ASK Plus on July 30th, 2021 to extend their contract date to January 30th, 2022. At this point in time, ASK Plus has completed tasks 1 through 4 of their consultants services contract, including delivering 100% of the construction documentation set for the park. The remaining task is the construction administration phase. So the additional services would be associated with the construction administration phase. Through a completely separate contract, MassDOT has been completing ongoing site work along the length of the Greenway Park network system to separate the Greenway's irrigation system from the City of Boston's irrigation network. As a part of this contract, MassDOT's contractor discovered an undocumented utility line running underneath the proposed irrigation box for the Parcel 2 park. It says actually in the board memo, pending Boston Water and Sewer Commission, but we actually received approval already this week. And so MassDOT's contractor will be installing a new irrigation box associated with the Parcel 2 park design that's in conflict with the proposed park's entrance location. MassDOT's contractor explored multiple alternative solutions with us to try to find a more optimal location, but based on the complexity of the underground infrastructure, this was one of the only remaining options. So BPDA staff recommends entering into a second contract amendment for consultant services for ASK Plus in the amount not to exceed $22,400 so that they can revisit this work and relocate the park entrance to better accommodate the new utility box location. The second amendment will include additional services only associated with the relocation of this irrigation box. I'm happy to enter, actually I should have mentioned as well, this work is being funded by the Greenway Conservancy. And so we already have funding secured and we'll have an agreement in place with them. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, good luck. Okay, item number 8, request authorization to enter into a contract with GEI Consultants Incorporated for design services for Parcel P3 environmental assessment and remediation project in Roxbury in an amount not to exceed $97,941. William.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. William Epperson, Deputy Director for Capital Construction within the Real Estate Department. Before you today to request authorization to execute a design contract with GEI Consultants for the Parcel P3 environmental assessment and remediation project in Roxbury. The matter was last before you at the April board meeting to request authorization to solicit qualifications and fees for this work. Parcel P3 is a 7.7 acre parcel located on the corner of Tremont and Whittier Streets in Roxbury. The BPDA has been awarded $250,000 for mass development for an initial phase of environmental remediation, which will be used to fund this design contract. As a quick reminder, the design work will include pre-characterization of a lead hotspot that exists on the site, as well as the soil mount. It will include the production of a release abatement measure plan and a completion report to be filed with Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. Also, the preparation of construction plans and specifications, obtaining all required permits, and most importantly, the creation of a perimeter air monitoring plan that we can execute during construction. Plans and specifications will be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws, and the contract will also include some bidding assistance, resident engineering services, as well as some construction administration. The BPDA issued a formal request for proposals in accordance with the agency's designer selection policy on July 12th of this year. The process included outreach to MBE and WBE firms, as well as a pre-submission conference, which was held with interested respondents. 3 firms submitted proposals in response to the solicitation on August 4th. They were GEI Consultants, TRC Companies, and Weston & Sampson. A designer selection committee was assembled to review each submitting team's qualifications, experience, and their proposed fee. Based on that review, the committee unanimously recommends the design contract be awarded to GEI Consultants. GEI has extensive experience with this specific site. They have been the previously designated developer's environmental OSP of record. They also have extensive experience with similar brownfields in and around Boston. The total contract award will be for $97,941, which has been appropriately budgeted for in the agency's FY22 capital budget. Therefore, we are requesting authorization to enter into this contract with GEI Consultants. Thank you, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them now.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Item number 9, request authorization to enter into a contract with the Woods Hole Group Incorporated for the Resilient 4-Point Channel Infrastructure Project environmental review in an amount not to exceed $70,000. Joe.
Good afternoon, Chair Rojas, Director Golden, Secretary Polimis, members of the board. Can everyone hear me okay? Great, thank you. My name is Joe Christo. I'm the Senior Resilience and Waterfront Planner on the Climate Change and Environmental Planning team in the Planning Division. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the board this afternoon. I'm here to request authorization to enter into a contract with the Woods Hole Group in an amount not to exceed $70,000 for up to 12 months for the Resilient 4-Point Channel Infrastructure Project environmental review. I have a few slides that I'll briefly review towards the end of my presentation. The BPDA Climate Change Environmental Planning team works in close partnership with the City of Boston Environment Department and other partners to collaboratively lead Climate Ready Boston and produce neighborhood-specific plans on coastal resilient solutions. These plans present an assessment of risk and recommend detailed approaches to help make the city more resilient to climate change, especially sea level rise and coastal storms. And they are not meant to sit on shelves and get dusty. They are our to-do lists for the city's climate resilience work. In the Coastal Resilience Solutions for South Boston report, released in 2018, the top priority project recommended was a green infrastructure project, a 2,300 linear foot berm and seawall system along the east bank of 4-Point Channel. In January 2019, based on that recommendation, our team, the Environment Department, the Parks Department, in collaboration with the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency, submitted a grant application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program for $10 million, approximately half of the $20.5 million project cost. The FEMA Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program helps municipalities plan and implement hazard mitigation projects to enhance resilience and has since evolved into the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities BRIC program that has been getting national media coverage as part of the Biden administration's climate resilience work. The city's budget department has contributed the other $10.5 million as matching funds as part of the mayor's commitment that at least 10% of the capital budget go towards funding resilience projects. In June 2019, the project was identified for further review by FEMA, indicating that it is a finalist for funding. In August 2020, following many meetings and requests for information from FEMA, we were informed that the BPDA and city can move the project to its next major milestone, environmental review. Since then, we've been working with FEMA to establish the approach and parameters for this review and have been working on procuring a consultant to help us complete it. While FEMA and their consultant CDM Smith will be conducting the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, portion of this review, the consultant we are recommending today will be working with us to complete the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act, MEPA, portion of this review, and produce an environmental notification form and environmental impact report if required. MEPA requires public study, disclosure, and development of feasible mitigation for a proposed project for which agency action is required. We think this is the last major milestone before a formal notification of award comes from FEMA. So we are requesting authorization to enter into a contract with the Woods Hole Group to complete this work. And while we only received one proposal to this RFP, it was a very strong one. The Woods Hole Group team has built a strong track record working on other similar projects and brings substantial knowledge and expertise in environmental and historic preservation reviews, coastal climate resiliency planning and related infrastructure and open space design, and community and stakeholder engagement and facilitation. I will briefly run through a few slides here to show exactly where this review will be taking place, and then we'll take any questions. Next slide, please. I covered the overall project purpose and the timeline. Next slide, please. And outlined the scope of the RFP and why Woods Hole Group submitted a very strong proposal. Next slide, please. These are the major flood pathways in the area that this project is designed to mitigate against and protect the neighborhood of South Boston, the South End, and other adjacent neighborhoods from. Next slide, please. This is an image from Resilient Boston Harbor showing the overall approach of raising our shorelines, primarily through green infrastructure that Climate Ready Boston is taking. Next slide, please. These are a few examples in the South Boston neighborhood in particular that give examples of this, including our project highlighted in the upper left corner. Next slide, please. These are some inspiration images that show what this project that we are conducting the environmental review for will potentially look like, including the bottom one from Brooklyn Bridge Park. Next slide, please. And this shows the overall parameters of where the project is taking place in 3 segments. 1, a berm, 2, it transitions to a seawall in segment 2, and then back to a berm in segment 3. Next slide, please. Only have a few more here. This is an image also from Coastal Resilience Solutions for South Boston. It shows a rendering of what this will hopefully look like. Next slide, please. And just have some preliminary engineering drawings that we submitted with the application. Still the conceptual or preliminary level of design, but pretty happy with how it looks, and the community has been too. One more on the next slide. That shows the berm, and this one actually shows what the seawall with a raised harbor walk on top of it would look like. That's all I have, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
I don't know the Woods Hole Group, so I'm not quite sure of how diverse they are at this moment, but I do wonder, given the nature of who normally works in this field, whether there are opportunities built into this contract for training a wider range of Boston residents to become experts in this field.
I think that's a great question, Ted. You're right, this is a growing field, and I think an opportunity to increase diversity in this field as well. I don't know if this particular contract has the opportunity to really, the budget to allow for that training, but I think we could think of some creative ways that we could try to incorporate that into our approach here. So I will certainly take that into consideration. I really appreciate that.
Thanks, that's exactly what I was hoping.
Thank you. Questions or comments?
So going back to the slide that shows the flooding, the potential flooding in the area, can you talk about how the berm and the seawall are going to change that picture?
Yeah, sure thing. I think that was slide 4 or 5 in the deck.
How much is it going to stop the flooding?
Very significantly. There you go. Thank you. Perfect. So where you are seeing blue, we don't have a legend on there. I'm sorry, I should have included that. But the darker the blue, closer to today that flooding is going to occur, and the lighter the blue, that's further in the future. And this is designed to protect up to 40 inches of sea level rise, which we anticipate happening by 2070, perhaps sooner. But where you are seeing blue here, this project, at least on the right-hand side of the slide, is designed to entirely, hopefully mitigate against that by raising the edge and being able to also absorb we're increasing the amount of pervious surface and green space there. So any combined stormwater that will be happening as well, we hope to be able to stop.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions, comments?
Well, and what is the timing for actually building the berm and the seawall?
Good question. I appreciate that. From the time of notice of award from FEMA, which if this environmental review process goes smoothly, we hope will be sometime later this year, we have 4 years to design and build this, which we think is a reasonable timeline. And we included a detailed construction timeline in our proposal to FEMA, which they accepted.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. Additional questions or comments? Well, thank you and good luck. This is definitely one of those things that keep me up at night. I'm sure we'll be hearing more of this, as the project, about this more as the project continues and we move through this process. So, all right. So I believe a motion is in order.
So moved.
It's great work. Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 10, request authorization to execute a contract with CCD Janitorial Services, LLC for janitorial cleaning and maintenance services at the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street for 1 year with 2 one-year options in an amount not to exceed $177,966 per year. Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and members of the board for the opportunity to present this and the next 2 items. I'm requesting your authorization to execute a contract with CCD Janitorial Services, LLC for janitorial cleaning and maintenance services at the China Trade Center. They will clean and maintain the common areas, the windows, certain tenant areas, and the adjacent Liberty Tree Plaza. Colliers International, as the BPDA's facility manager at China Trade, will manage this vendor day to day based on industry best practices and their experience with evolving public health guidance. As you know, the China Trade Center is a historically and culturally significant property, and it's a catalyst for investment and opportunities in the surrounding community. This janitorial services contract is critical to maintaining China Trade as a Class B office space after significant capital investment by the BPDA. As authorized by the board, the BPDA publicly solicited bids for the provision of these services. I'm very happy to share that after extensive outreach and marketing, a virtual pre-bid conference, and an in-person site visit, we received a total of 15 bids, much higher than normal, 4 of which were from certified women and/or minority-owned business entities. CCD is one of those certified diverse businesses, and they were the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. They've successfully completed comparable contracts with the Boston Centers for Youth and Family, as well as the Boston Water and Sewer Commission. The contract term will be 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew. On the agenda, as the chair read, the $177,000 was the total bid amount from CCD, but the contract not to exceed amount will actually be $250,000 based on the BPDA's operating budget, which is reflected in the board memos. So thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Laura. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 11, request authorization to execute a contract with A&H Home Services, LLC for grass cutting and landscaping services on BRA-owned properties citywide for 1 year with 2 one-year options in an amount not to exceed $48,750 per year. Laura.
Thanks once again, Madam Chair. As stated, I'm requesting your authorization to execute a contract with A&M Home Services. We might have had a typo on the agenda. The contract is for grass cutting and landscaping services during the spring, summer, and fall on approximately 40 BRA-owned properties. They're primarily vacant lots that are spread across the city. This contract will help the BPDA maintain our property as if we live next door, and A&M Home has provided excellent service this summer on an interim basis while we had some changes in our vendors and contracts. As authorized by the board, the BPDA publicly solicited bids for these services. We advertise this opportunity in local newspapers, on the BPDA's website, through statewide resources, and via multilingual publications. A&M Home Services was the only vendor to submit a bid prior to the deadline. They were found to be responsible and responsive, and they've done a great job on similar contracts with the city's departments of neighborhood development, parks, and public works. Additionally, I am thrilled to share that A&M Home Services is not only certified as a minority-owned small business, they're also located in Roxbury, in the same neighborhood as the majority of the parcels that they will care for under this contract. I'm incredibly appreciative of City and BPDA staff, including my colleagues on the real estate team, who first helped us connect with A&M at an outreach event, and who then worked with them on a variety of smaller projects leading up to this larger, more formal contract. The contract term will be 1 year with 2 options to renew. And similarly to my comments on the previous vote, the amount that Madam Chair read off the agenda or as part of the vote reflects A&M Homes' very affordable, very competitive total bid, which was around $40,000, but the contract not to exceed amount will actually be set at $75,000 to match the BPDA's operating budget. So thank you once again, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Laura, you're staying with us. Item number 12, request authorization to execute a memorandum of agreement with the City of Boston, acting by and through its Department of Public Works, authorizing the use of and payment for fuel services provided by the Fleet Maintenance Unit. Laura.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. My final appearance before you today is to request authorization of this MOA for fleet maintenance. The details are identical to those that I presented during the EDIC board meeting earlier today. I'm happy to repeat those details or answer any additional questions that you may have at this time. The dollar figures that I mentioned in the EDIC vote, the typical spend of $50,000, but the authorization of up to $250,000, that's total across BRA and EDIC. So happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Laura. Item number 13, request authorization to grant an easement agreement to the City of Boston to permit the public pedestrian use of BPDA-owned property located in proximity to the 13th Street and 3rd Avenue intersection in the Charlestown Navy Yard, and to amend Building 199 ground lease amendment, ground lease agreement with the General Hospital Corporation. Anthony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. The BPDA and the General Hospital Corporation are parties to a long-term lease agreement for the use of Building 199 in the Charlestown Navy Yard. The General Hospital Corporation is an affiliate of Mass General Brigham Incorporated and operates an acute care general hospital serving Greater Boston. In addition to patient care, the General Hospital Corporation conducts research, provides medical field educational services, and performs other mission-supporting operations. In July of 2021, the General Hospital Corporation approached the BPDA in regards to proposed design improvements to be made to the 13th Street pedestrian crosswalk located adjacent to Building 199. Building 199 is an approximately 550,000 square foot building and functions as a public parking garage with approximately 1,400 spaces. Due to Building 199's use as a parking facility, the 13th Street crosswalk experiences a high volume of pedestrian activity. The proposed design improvements to the 13th Street crosswalk are in accordance with the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission guidelines and are deemed to enhance the safety and functionality of the crosswalk. The board memorandum before you today requests that the director be authorized to enter into a pedestrian easement agreement with the City of Boston to accommodate the crosswalk design improvements described in the memorandum and to execute any additional documentation necessary to issue said easement. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Item 14, request authorization to award tenant designation to Habitat for Humanity Greater Boston as redeveloper for the construction of 4 affordable home ownership units located at 104 Walter Street in Roslindale. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In December 2020, the BPDA board approved the acquisition and disposition of 104 and 108 Walter Street in Rosendale to meet the community's goals of preserving open space and creating affordable housing. After the acquisition, the BPDA conveyed 108 Walter Street to the Boston Conservation Commission to permanently preserve the land as a part of the Rosendale Urban Wild. Staff also began the community process to issue a request for proposals for 4 units of affordable home ownership on 104 Walter Street. In February 2021, the BPDA held a community meeting in partnership with the Department of Neighborhood Development to present draft guidelines for the RFP. The guidelines built on the planning efforts of an independent working group composed of members of the Longfellow Area Neighborhood Association, the Rosendale Wetlands Task Force, and additional neighbors. The RFP was issued in April 2021. The BPDA received 2 proposals, which were presented at a public meeting in June. The evaluation committee recommends that the board designate Habitat for Humanity Greater Boston for the sale and redevelopment of 104 Walter Street. Habitat's proposal exceeds the community's goals for affordable homeownership and climate resilience, and community feedback overwhelmingly supported designating Habitat Greater Boston to carry out the neighborhood's vision. And I'd like to introduce Jim Castaris, president of Habitat for Humanity Greater Boston, who's happy to present their proposal. And Joyce, I think James is in as a attendee, if you can bump him up to a panelist.
I just did, thanks.
Great.
Morgan. Sorry about that.
Jim, can you unmute yourself?
Okay. Okay.
We can hear you, we can see you. Welcome, Jim.
Great. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, speaking for Habitat for Humanity, we are very grateful for the opportunity to present this proposal to you. This is a proposal, as Morgan said, to build 4 affordable homes for families, low-income families. That includes 2 units in the retrofitted existing home that's on the site, and then 2 homes in a new building. The cursor, if you can see my cursor, this is the rehabbed existing home. This is the new structure. In this design, we have sought to integrate a sensitively designed landscape into the project. In fact, we brought a landscape architect onto our design team so that we could achieve this. We're very sensitive and conscious of the fact that this is bordering a wetlands that's being designated as an urban wild by the city. We think that this will be a wonderful place for children to grow up in these 4 future families, bordering this urban wild, a block away from the Arboretum, and located in a really wonderful neighborhood, and that has expressed great support for affordable housing at this location. I'd like to introduce Habitat for Humanity to you. Some of you may be familiar with the work we do. I'd like to take this moment to elaborate a little bit more on what we do. Could I have the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. So this is what we do. Our mission is to provide decent, affordable home ownership opportunities in Greater Boston. Over the past 30 years, we have created home ownership opportunities for over 130 low-income families. Part of our mission is to help families break the cycle of poverty and help them to contribute to the communities they're in through home ownership. And Habitat for Humanity, both in the United States and around the world in 45 countries, shares a vision which is a world in which everyone has a decent place to live. Next. So how do we do it? Well, we do it through the commitment of volunteers. This is something you're familiar with. 70% of our labor construction labor comes from volunteers. This is one of the ways we're able to keep costs down so that we can offer these homes at a price that's affordable to low-income families. And we rely on fundraising, the generosity of donors. This project is self-financed. We're able to do that because of our fundraising efforts, which are ongoing. And then finally, we work very closely with the communities where we build, which we will seek to do with the Roslindale neighborhood. Next. It's important to tell you about our selection process. We invite families to apply for a home. I'll tell you right now, the need is so great, we don't even come close to meeting that need. For every home we build, there's probably 5 eligible families that meet all the criteria that could move into it. So each family, when they're selected, is asked to put in 300 hours of sweat equity on the construction site, which is a lot of time considering the adults in these families are often working 2 jobs, often low-wage jobs, raising a family, yet still finding time to come out and do the framing and build up their home alongside volunteers and our own construction staff. We require the families to go through a 10-week home ownership course that we organize. It covers a range of topics, including budgeting, mortgages, condo management, home maintenance, and a number of other titles. And I would argue that our families are probably better prepared to be homeowners than the vast majority of typical new homeowners. And when the families move in, we have a partnership with each family. We provide them with an affordable mortgage at 0 or low interest. We are the loan originators, typically. We hold each family's mortgage. We're there for them if they hit a rough patch financially. As you can imagine, a break, and which is hard to find in the current housing crisis. Next. This is a site plan. I just want to take you through it very quickly. Again, my cursor shows where the existing home is. This is the new structure, 2 units in each of these. We have in our plan, in our proposal, our intention is to really provide a really adequate landscape buffer and to preserve as many of the trees that are already on the site, and to create what we call a resilient landscape. Next. The other important aspect of this proposal is that our intention is for these homes to be what are called net zero energy homes that meet the Passive House certification. You might be familiar with this, but the concept here is that these homes will not use non-renewable energy. We will provide solar panels. We may consider geothermal heating. We'll use state-of-the-art insulation to create homes that not only not use non-renewable energy, but in some cases, particularly with the solar energy, actually produces surplus energy that goes back into the grid. Next. And this rendering shows the entryway into the wetlands, or from the entryway into the wetlands, looking at the new homes. We look at this as a demonstration project in terms of net zero energy. There's a lot of great work being done. We want to demonstrate that we can build homes that are affordable to low-income families, that are highly efficient in terms of energy, and they are net zero energy passive house designs. And related to that is that they are safe environments for kids to grow up in. This is our vision. This is what we're hoping to do. And as I said, it's a real honor to be able to present this proposal to you. I'm available now for any questions you may have.
Yes, and that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Questions or comments from the board?
I have a couple questions, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Michael.
Good. Jim, I'm very familiar with Habitat for Humanity, but a couple of questions. Does every single Habitat house have a mortgage on it?
Yes, yes.
And how do you develop what that mortgage is? Like,
oh, okay, sure, yeah. And I want to stress, home ownership is our mission. That's the idea, is that through home ownership, families will break that cycle of poverty. But the way we do it is, there's certain criteria that the families have to meet to be selected. One is that they have to be, I'm going to kind of geek out here with some terms, but they have to be earning less than 80% of the area median income. They have to demonstrate that they can pay an affordable monthly mortgage. In other words, they need to have a job. Their families typically have low-wage jobs. I should say that they're often on the front lines. You know, during the pandemic, they're the people that work in the hospitals. They're the people that are maintenance workers. And we then, when the home is completed, the metric here is that no family should spend more than 30% of their household income on housing. So we know, because we know their income, it's an exhaustive selection process. They provide tax returns, pay stubs, bank statements. We calculate what they can afford each month without exceeding 30% of their household income. And in fact, we try to keep it down to around 25%. So then we back into a mortgage, and that mortgage becomes the sales price. And I should say that we also do an appraisal to see what the home would be worth in the market. And as you can imagine, what we're selling the home for is far below what the appraised value is. So we then provide a forgivable second mortgage. It's forgivable upon payment of the first mortgage. And that's really to ensure that no one speculates on this opportunity that they have. I can say that the vast majority of our Habitat homeowners stay in their homes for the duration, if not longer than the 30-year mortgage period. So I hope that answers your question. I hope that gives some sense of how we determine, what the mortgage will be, what the sales price will be.
I think it does. So let's just use 25%. So whatever that income is, 25%, whatever that works out with today's interest rate.
Yeah.
And that's what your monthly mortgage is for 30 years. You pick up the second for those reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
So obviously interest rates go up, it changes the whole ballgame. So.
Well, but we're offering zero interest mortgages.
Okay.
So in our case, it's that the interest is not really an issue.
Okay. So one of the reasons I asked, I'm very familiar with it going back almost 20 years now. And I've been involved when I was in my other job as the business manager at Local 103, the electrician.
Yes.
I think conservatively have probably done about 70 Habitat for Humanity homes. We've wired them for free.
Yes.
So our members show up, we rough it in one day, and then we do the finishing one day. And Dennis Sullivan, I've assigned him, he's the Habitat guy. So
Yeah.
we've done about 70 or more of these homes. So have you reached out to anyone for these 4?
We haven't yet, but we will. I just want to say, you know, the unions have been just incredible. I mean, we've really relied on the generosity of the unions. We reach out to them regularly. I'm very familiar with the work that unions have done. I want to commend all the unions, all the trade unions for, their commitment and dedication to the mission of Habitat for Humanity. It's important to recognize that, and we will be reaching out as we get into this particular project, and as well as with other future projects too. We have about 26 homes right now in the pipeline, and that are either in design, permitting, or construction.
Our members really enjoy it. It's fulfilling for them. And we get up yours to donate the material, we donate the labor.
Yeah.
The complete electrical installation in data, security, all that is all done for free. So I'm sure those 26, those 26, I'm sure will step up as well.
Yes, thank you very much. And we don't take it for granted. We greatly appreciate what the unions have done for Habitat for Humanity. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of comments, Jim. Wonderful presentation. I was very impressed. And often we're looking at somebody that's trying to put 10 units on a spot that maybe holds 4 or 5. So I appreciate the open space. The fact that you're working with the buyers to keep them affordable and really assisting them with training and making sure that they're prepared for the home ownership, which is important. Energy efficiency, 0 or very close to 0 interest rates. What can we do as a city to help you develop more opportunities like this?
Well, thank you for asking that question. I really appreciate it. Land. We don't seek subsidies. We worked quite a bit with the Department of Neighborhood Development. The only thing we look for is land that we can buy, at a substantial discount. We simply can't afford to buy land in the private market in this real estate economy. That's probably our biggest impediment to building more homes. So if there's one thing that the city can do and has done, I do want to recognize the fact that, just as the BPDA is doing today, in the past, the DND has also done, is land. We need land. We need, we don't need much land. If we could get infill parcels, that would enable us to build substantially more housing in the city.
Great, thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Additional questions or comments?
Jim, I have a question about the access to the wild.
Yes.
Is that design definite? I saw the word potential on the slide. And can you talk about that, please? Because I know a lot of the residents who set the groundwork for this project are very interested in protecting the wild. And I do want to commend everyone involved for the creativity, everyone at DND and in the neighborhood and at Habitat for landing in this place now. But I think it's very hard to access the wild now. I live in that neighborhood, and so seeing a really nice public entrance as part of your project seems like an important element. Can you talk about that, please?
Sure.
I can speak to that actually. Sorry, Jim. So the entrance to the wild is actually not is not part of the parcel that Habitat, pending board approval, would be designated to develop. However, the city, Boston Conservation Commission and the Parks Department would be working very closely with Habitat Greater Boston on the connections between that entrance and the 104 Walter parcel. And I believe that the Boston Conservation Commission and the Parks Department are will be undergoing a design process with public input in order to determine what that entrance will look like.
I should mention that the design you see there is a recommendation by our design team for what it might be. We even have this thought, and this is why it's potential. There's an old barn that's just beyond repair, but is there a way, this is what we're exploring, can we save some of the lumber, some of the material from that barn and repurpose it? One thought we had, but please don't hold me to this because we need to investigate it more, is that should the Parks Department decide to do something similar to what you see in the rendering, which would be to have a wooden walkway, we might be able to use some of the some of the material from the old barn and repurpose it as part of that walkway. This of course is something that the Parks Department will, sort of, the design is really in their court. We're certainly ready to support them in any way. We do see the entry into the wetlands as a very important component, to this development. And whatever we design, we want it to be done in a way that's going to enhance that entryway.
So just to clarify, there will be an entry to the wild, but the design isn't determined?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, correct. That's right. All right,
But it's an idea for a design, I guess.
I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would just add my voice in support of what is very smart, sensitive, community engaged, labor engaged project. And I think we'll try to do everything we can to encourage you to be in a position to present more of these.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that expression of support. It means a lot to us.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely appreciate the approach that you take on figuring out, mortgages and the technicalities around that. I know you mentioned that to be considered, it'd be 80% less than AMI. Do you know what the average AMI that you usually award it as? I mean, again, and just to know where this is coming from, 80% of AMI is still relatively high for the the homeowner base that you described.
Hello?
Yeah.
Am I there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're here.
Yes.
I'm not sure what happened. I apologize. Yeah, so the average is actually around 60% AMI. 80% is by far that's the upper limit, but I think the average is about 60, no more than 65% of the area median income.
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, we're always looking for, for deeply affordable.
Sure.
I know that those calculations can be a little.
I will say it's hard to get below 50% though, as much as we try. We just, it's just, this model just doesn't really work for people at less than 50% AMI, generally speaking.
Yeah, understandable. Okay, well, great. I think we've all questioned and commented, so I think a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's take one more here. Item number 15. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation of Madison Tropical LLC as a redeveloper of a portion of Parcel 10 of the Southwest Corridor Development Plan known as Parcel B, and to authorize the extension of the temporary license agreement with Tropical Food International Incorporated for the continued parking use of parcel 10B Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are pleased to share with you this request for a tentative designation extension for Madison Tropical as developer of parcel 10 in Roxbury. I'll provide a brief update about the status of the overall Madison Tropical development, key items completed, and upcoming milestones. By way of reminder, the development team submitted a notice of project change for the 2085 Washington Street component of the project, transitioning from a mixed-use office commercial development to predominantly residential. Madison Park Development Corporation has engaged Trinity Financial to create a new proposed program, which consists of approximately 114 residential units, 107 parking spaces, and amenity spaces at street level. Since the time of the last tentative designation extension, the development team has undertaken the following activities to advance the project. In November 2020, the developer submitted its notice of project change supplemental filing containing additional environmental and impact studies for review. The MIPA notice of project change filing was submitted in December 2020 for additional review. The developer initiated review by the Boston Civic Design Commission. The developer submitted funding applications to Department of Neighborhood Development and a pre-application filing for funding at the Massachusetts Department of Housing and Community Development. And lastly, the developer previewed the project with the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan Oversight Committee, local city and state legislators, and resident organizations, and engaged with the project review committee. During the period of the proposed tentative designation extension, the development team anticipates engaging in work which includes follow-up review with the BCDC Design Committee, follow-up review with the city's Landmarks Commission to ensure compliance with the guidelines of this portion of the Eustis Street Protection Area in Nubian Square, finalization of MIPA review, ongoing outreach to the PRC and the Roxbury community, and coordination with Public Works on aspects of site plan, public realm, and preparation for review with the Public Improvement Commission. Staff and community stakeholders are in agreement that the progress to date by the development team is appropriate and moving in a direction that would make sense given the complexity of the development, and thus would recommend that the extension be considered. I'm happy to take questions. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Aaron Horn from Trinity Financial and Mitch Fishman, who's a consultant with Madison Park, who are on hand to answer questions as well.
Okay, thank you, Morgan. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, we're going to squeeze in one more before we start, take a break and do the public hearings. Item number 16, request authorization to issue a determination waiving further review, approving the notice of project change pursuant to section 80A-6.2 of the zoning code to reduce the number of townhouses from 14 to 10 new townhouses, the provision of 4 residential units from 14 to 10 new. Wait, did I do that? No. The provision of 4 residential units and the creation of 2 additional residential units through the renovation of the existing house on the site and reduction of 47 parking spaces to 28 parking spaces located at 64 Allendale Road, issues certification of approval upon successful completion of the Article 80 review process in connection with the proposed project in accordance with Article 80E small project review of the Boston zoning code and to take all related actions. Ms. Carr.
Thank you. Good evening, Director Golden, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board. The proposal before you this evening for consideration is the 3rd iteration of a project for the 64 Allendale Street site in West Roxbury. The board has previously approved both an original project in May of 2016 and a first small project change in November of 2016. The proponent, Jacqueline Nunez of One New Group, filed a second small project change with the BPDA on April 8, 2021, which initiated the Article 80 review of the revised 64 Allendale Street proposal. As contemplated before the board this evening, the current iteration calls for a 16-unit development, including 10 new townhouses and the creation of 6 condominium units through an addition to the existing home on the site to be supported by 28 parking spaces across the project. The second small project change has received the joint support of State Representative Ed Coppinger and State Senator Mike Rush.
Per the inclusionary development policy, 1 unit of the completed project will be made available for purchase at 80% of the area median income, providing a valuable opportunity for affordable home ownership in the West Roxbury neighborhood. The project's IDP commitment will be fully met with a partial unit payment, which shall be calculated in consideration of the final sales prices of the market rate units on the project. The proponent has further committed to a $50,000 contribution to the Boston Parks and Recreations Department Fund for Parks in support of the neighboring Allendale Woods, while improved sidewalks and infrastructure along the site's perimeter on Allendale Street will provide important accessibility and safety improvements for the community. Through ongoing design, development, modeling, and feasibility studies, the proponent is committed to constructing and providing these 16 units to perform at the highest energy standards feasible for the project. We're joined this evening by Jacqueline Nunez, Beth Whitaker, project architect, and Mark Lacasse, permanent counsel. Both BPDA staff and the development team will be happy to answer any questions the board may have at the conclusion of the presentation. Thank you.
I'll take the lead, I guess. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, Mark Lacasse from Lacasse Law, happy to be representing the Wonder Group and its principal, Jacqueline Nunez, and Beth Whitaker is with us as well, and Beth will walk us through the programmatic and design changes for this project that, as Aisling mentioned, has been before you in 2 prior occasions. Next slide, please. I think it's important to spend a little time on the history of the project because you're probably all thinking to yourselves, where have you been for all these many years? So the BPDA board approved the 20-unit project in May of 2016. In November of 2016, the project was revised downward to 18 units, and subsequently the Zoning Board of Appeal approved the 18-unit project in December of 2016. In April of 2017, Springhouse, the senior living facility and the direct and immediate abutter next door, and a group of individual homeowners down the road on Allendale each filed lawsuits in Suffolk Superior Court challenging the zoning relief. Something has happened to the slide, so I'm going to read from my own notes. Both of those lawsuits proceeded through the process, and as you know, the court system is not known for its speed. And ultimately, in June of 2019, the Superior Court dismissed the abutter lawsuit in a 27-page decision by Superior Court Judge Rosemary Connolly, finding that the plaintiffs lacked standing on the allegations of harm that they were raising. During that time period, we were working very closely with the Springhouse facility, as again, our direct and immediate abutter, to come up with a plan that they could live with and that would be feasible for the proponent to build. And we were pleased to reach a settlement with Springhouse in August of 2019 for a 16-unit project, which is the project that is before you tonight. So it is the product of much negotiation with Springhouse, again, our direct immediate abutter. And as for the individual plaintiff abutters, they had their day in court, if you will, and were unsuccessful. They then further appealed the decision of the Superior Court to the appeals court, and just prior to their briefs being due earlier this summer, they voluntarily dismissed their appeal in the appeals court, which effectively means that the Superior Court decision dismissing their legal challenge has been affirmed. So we're settled with the one group, Springhouse, and the court case against the others has been successfully resolved in the proponent's favor. Thus, the notice of project change before you is precisely the 16-unit project that we agreed to build with Springhouse being in full support, and we have a settlement agreement with them that mirrors the project that is before you tonight. So with that, we'll get into the specific changes that have been made to, we think, enhance the project, make it a better project, and significantly, it is yet again a smaller project and less impactful project on this very large 2-acre parcel. Next slide. So with that, I will turn it over to Beth Whitaker of Merge Architects, who will walk you through the 16-unit proposal, which is comprised of 6 units in the upper existing farmhouse closer to Allendale Street, 4 in the existing structure, and 2 in the little add-ons, and then 10 townhouse units clustered in a group of 6 on the left-hand side of the image there, and a group of 4 a little further down the hill, with the balance of the 2-acre parcel being dedicated to open space. So I will stop there and turn it over to Beth Whitaker.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for seeing our Allendale project yet again. But we're pretty excited tonight. We're hoping we're there. As Mark said, we have taken the pre-approved project from 18 units down to 16 with all that history behind it. What you're seeing here, of course, is a site plan. And, oh, you can't see my cursor. As Mark mentioned, we're renovating the existing house, adding on 2 units, which are those 2 kind of small square at the plan north, the 6 units, and then the 4 units. A little bit about the project. It is quite a bit more set back than our previous project from the back of the site, which backs up to Allendale Woods. We have worked very hard to create less hardscape with the drive. But the highlights are this. The site slopes 40 feet from top Allendale Street down to the back of the site. So these buildings sit nestled into the section of the site, the slope, which I'll show you in a moment. The strategy of the architecture is very much a kind of contemporary farmhouse of sort, and you'll see a couple of renderings coming up. But also the way that these units terrace down the hill, we are able to provide these kind of expansive roofs as they terrace down that we're going to provide as green roofs, which you start to see, again, I don't have my cursor because you guys are showing it, toward the upper left of the plan, coming off of that first cluster of 6, and then the bottom right coming off the cluster of 4. The parking, as mentioned, 28 spaces. Most of it is inside of these 2 clustered buildings, which you'll see in just a moment. And then we have the fire truck turnaround and so on. We have pervious paving driveways, walkways, and patios. The vegetation buffer, we're trying to keep as much as possible on the site, along Allendale Street for sure. And then some key areas along the edge that abuts the Springhouse property, which you can see here in this setback on the right side of the plan. We have a 15-foot setback on the west, plan left, and we have a 40-foot setback on the plan right, which is on the east, facing Springhouse. We have the same 25-foot zoning setback on the front by Allendale, and then on the back, the closest we get is 63 feet to the back of the lot. But essentially, this is the project, and the idea is that we have created as much outdoor, or kept and preserved, and then therefore created additional outdoor space off of these terraced units as much as possible. You can see the kind of tan color off of these wedged units before it gets to the rendered vegetation of the green roof. That's their private deck area. The green roof itself will not be occupiable. It's just going to be a gardenscape and a green roof that, you know, the whole community can enjoy. And let's go to the next slide. So this is just a cut through showing how that parking condition works with these 2 clustered buildings. So again, they're enclosed parking to a certain extent, but they have an opening open to the open air on 2 sides, one where you drive in, and then opposite the drive-in is another cut that will provide kind of a cross ventilation and view from that parking garage and keep it kind of bright and well lit with daylight. But the advantage of that is that we're trying to hide as many cars as possible on the site within the buildings. 2 minutes, okay. So quickly, next slide. This is a cut, the section through the slope. Again, the 40-foot slope where we're nestling the bottom of the units that are at the bottom of these buildings into the slope, as well as the parking areas that become at grade with some of the slope conditions throughout these sections. And here you can really see where it says patio. Those are the public space, privately owned terrace spaces off of the units. And then the green roof is what I was just describing. Next slide. And so here's one of the renderings coming in off of Allendale into the property with that winding drive, a sidewalk along the left side showing this style that I just mentioned, which is a contemporary farmhouse style or single gable. We're mixing 2 materials, kind of a soft wood and then a painted wood. You can see on the right side where that car is going, just to the left of the tree, a little bit of the opening of that first parking area on that first cluster of 6. What you're seeing on the left is the lower cluster of 4, and on the far right is just the edge of the existing house that we're recladding. Next slide. And here's a view looking back up from Allendale Woods at the back of these terraces. You see a little bit of the green roofs coming off of those upper unit terrace levels. Next slide. And then a quick view of the existing house, again, that we're recladding, trying to keep some of the existing details like this thick roof. And then on the left of that is one of the 2 additional units that we were showing in the site plan. And again, to the right of that is a car coming in off of Allendale. So that's, you know, at the front of the site at the top of the hill. Next slide. And a view coming out from the parking from below, looking back up to the 6-unit cluster. Next slide. And then just quickly, the site itself is adjacent to the Faulkner Hospital, Spring House as mentioned, and backs up to the Allendale Woods and Allendale Farm area. Next slide. The site itself is actually quite open in the middle, so it's not a heavily wooded site all the way through, as I think is part of the perception, but it actually isn't. So just showing you a quick aerial of some of that clearing that we'll be building in. Next slide. And then just a little bit about the landscaping. We're trying to take out as many invasive species as possible and be replanting some native species. Our landscape architect can speak more on that, but that's essentially what we're doing. Okay, great. Thank you.
I know those those slides can be a bit jarring. Again, really appreciate the presentation. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, well, I don't have any questions. I do have some comments. So I've always loved this design. I've always loved this project. I think it's super innovative, a great use of space. I am disappointed that it's been held up in court for this long. You know, I know you're doing the best you can, and we're doing the best that we can to be good neighbors to each other. But I feel like there's a little NIMBYism that occurred here. Again, this is just my perception of what happened. And I know that you commented on, you know, it does have support now. But again, I'm very disappointed, I think, in the fact that we had to wait this long for much needed housing in the city of Boston to get a project that abutters who are significantly away from this area to get that to a project or a design that they could live with. So I think, you know, this juxtaposed to the Habitat for Humanity that we're, you know, just approved, where, you know, we're looking just for any parcels of land to help and contribute and solve the, you know, housing crisis that we have. Yeah, I don't know, just kind of stirred something up in me that I just needed to comment on that. So, you know, kudos to you and the development team and the architect. Again, beautiful design. I'm really loving all of the, you know, environmentally like friendly and living with the surroundings there. I think it's a beautiful project, and I just need to say that.
No, thank you.
And to further your last point, the proponent is still committed to making this as close to possible the first net zero development in the city of Boston as she can, with cost limitations of the reduced project and the high infrastructure costs, but that is still her goal. Her sustainability checklist is probably longer than anyone else's. The landscape architect is completely committed to, well, we did a tree inventory. We know every single twig on that property, and we're going to preserve as much of it as possible and make it an even better 2-acre parcel.
Yeah, can I chime in here on the energy efficiency aspect of this? Yeah, so I don't know if you all do remember, but when this was first proposed, it was going to be, one of the most sustainable projects proposed actually in the country at the time. So I'm very committed, and I've provided the BPDA with information on why I can't promise to make this project net zero, although we will be doing all the modeling, everything. I hope we can, and the only reason why we might not be able to will be the first project was designed to be net zero. Everything we did in terms of the orientation of the roofs and the more roofing that we had, it was designed to be net zero. With a revised project, I don't know if I'm going to have enough roof space for a solar panel array to provide enough on-site electricity to offset the use. So that is really the big question. These will be built close to passive house standards. I know with the super insulated envelopes, those things we have control over, but actually how much energy we'll be able to produce now on site, that is the big unknown. And I won't know that answer until I really get into modeling it with our energy consultants.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that additional context. I wish luck in doing that. I believe in you. If there's anything we can do to support, again, I've been excited and waiting for this project for since 2016, right? Again, thank you for that design. I hope that we can continue to make this and allow it to be the groundbreaking design and a model for the rest of the country, the rest of the world. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so any additional questions or comments from the board?
Thank you for your persistence.
Yes.
Oh, no problem.
Never
Thank you for
easy.
acknowledging that.
Yeah,
No sweat.
not lost on us. Okay, I believe a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we are going to take a brief pause and recess before we start the public hearing, so I have, what do we have here? 5:38. Let's resume here at, we're going to get started at 5:35. So everybody can take a quick break and we'll, I'm sorry, 5:45. My math. 5:45, and we'll see you soon. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Councilor O'Malley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the members of the board, appreciate being taken out of turn. I will be brief, but I just wanted to take this opportunity. For the record, my name is Matt O'Malley. I'm the President Pro Tempore of the Boston City Council. I represent District 6, which includes the Arnold Arboretum, and I'm speaking tonight in support, in full and unreserved support of the Arboretum's IMP, Institutional Master Plan renewal. Obviously, there are no changes, but I did want to take this opportunity to highlight the incredible work of the Arboretum, particularly during this year. Over the last 18 months, the Arboretum, which is the jewel of the Emerald Necklace in a place that's so important to so many people in Boston and really throughout New England, and I would say throughout the United States, has just been an incredible place of just fellowship, of community, of health, of coming together, and they have just been the best neighbors anyone could have imagined. Again, although the renewal of the IMP proposes no changes, I wanted to underscore some of the work that the Arboretum has done and plans to continue to do. I know there was a great conversation earlier on net zero carbon and on making sure that we have the most energy efficient institution, something that's very important to me. The Arboretum has installed rooftop solar panels, reducing electricity consumption by 30% in 2 facilities. They've also installed a wonderful solar panel field adjacent to the Weld Hill building, which will reduce the building's energy demand by more than 30%. They've undertaken several renovations and improvements with the goal of increasing accessibility, the experience for visitors, as well as improving their own practices of garden cultivation. And the list goes on and on. We could spend all evening just talking about the incredible work that they've done. Again, I don't often testify at these meetings, but I really just wanted to underscore the remarkable partnership of the Arnold Arboretum and ask that this board, I respectfully request that you grant their extension of their IMP. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you through you to all the members.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor O'Malley. Yes, I think we've all had our fair share of serenity walks in the Arboretum the past, year and a half, 2 years, however long we're doing this. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump to item number 26, which is the public hearing. Let's do this. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80B and Article 80C of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed First Amendment to the amended and restated master plan for the Planned Development Area number 87, Boston Landing. The Third Amendment to the amended and restated development plan for the sports facility project in Boston Landing, and the associated notice of project change. This hearing was duly advertised on August 5th, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity to do so. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting or would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and you'll be allowed to talk. You must first unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any emailed testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Ms. Sarah Black will now begin the presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Paul Lemus, and Director Golden. As you may recall, the Boston Landing project along Guest Street in Brighton was originally approved by this board back in 2012. In subsequent years, the project, its associated PDA master plan, and 5 development plans have been amended multiple times. The 5 development plans include 1, the New Balance World Headquarters, 2, the office buildings and sports project, 3, the hotel project, 4, the sports facility project, and 5, the residential project. We are before you today to request minor amendments to the sports facility project and the master plan to allow for the inclusion of electronic signage subject to design review and approval by the BPDA prior to the issuance of a building permit for the sign. The BPDA and proponent will additionally enter into an MOU to define the terms and regulations for the signage. The BPDA hosted both an IAG meeting and a public meeting virtually on July 26th to discuss the amendments, and the comment period subsequently closed on August 5th. The amendments were well received by both the IAG and the public, and included in the board package is a letter of support from Councillor Liz Braden. At this point, I would like to hand it off to Keith Craig from NB Development Group to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Sarah. Hi, everybody, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for having me here. Again, it's Keith Craig with NB Development Group. We are the master developer of Boston Landing on Guest Street in Brighton. And as Sarah reiterated, that this is a kind of a minor amendment to our track and field PDA to allow electronic signage on Guest Street for the music venue use. Next slide, please. So just to orient everybody, Boston Landing, 15 acres along Guest Street. The building that we're discussing tonight is 71 Guest Street, the sports complex, which is just south of Guest, the bottom of your screen. This is the project we currently have under construction. Next slide, please. Just to give a status update on where we are with this project, we started back in March of 2019. We were impacted by COVID with the shutdown and with some COVID protocols with working on the site. Our current completion date is set for March of 2022, where the entire facility will be open. So the track and field, the rest of the sports complex, as well as our music venue, the Roadrunner. So we're looking down at Guest Street at the northwest corner of the new track and field. Next slide, please. And then again, on the northeast corner, again looking down at Guest Street and the primary main entrance into the building. Next slide, please. This is a shot of the main event space. This is a rendering showing the 200-meter track and field, showing the breadth of the space, as well as the seating, the hydraulically banked tracks, and all of the infield, track and field amenities. Next slide, please. And here is a current version of that view. Again, under construction, you can see the track being built, the hydraulic bank tracks, a complete ceiling, and you can start to see some of the seating being put in. Next slide, please. So to the specific amendment that we're discussing, this is a version of the sign that we're considering. Again, this is for the music venue. That is a space by the Bowery AEG. The name of the venue is called the Roadrunner. And what you can kind of see at the very top of the page is part of the building signage, which is the track at New Balance. And that's a sign, a typical lighted sign that went through BPDA design review and is currently being installed on the building. The sign, Roadrunner, is an illuminated marquee that is specifically meant to just electronically display names, dates, and other events going on in their space. The sign itself is 3 feet tall by 20 feet long and is approximately 11 feet off of the ground. It's meant to be static, not dynamic. It's not meant for advertising. There's no video, there's no motion images. This sign faces Guest Street and our other Boston Landing buildings. We've also agreed to, as Sarah mentioned, the guidelines as set forth in Article 11-7 of the zoning code, and we are also just finishing BPDA design review currently. So effectively what this sign is meant to do is a 21st century version of a display rather than someone getting up on a ladder and manually changing letters and dates in previous years. Next slide, please. And so just a couple slides just to show actual digital signage. So, looking at what's in white there, the shins is really what we're trying to accomplish here. Next slide. And then just another example, those words in white, again, what our sign will also look like. Next slide. And that's really just a simple presentation. Thank you. Open to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Question or comments from the board before we start the public testimony?
I have one quick question, Madam Chair. Keith, you said hydraulic on the track. Is that something that can be lowered and risen?
Yeah, so we try to design for ultimate functionality of the space. So typically what you would see in indoor track and fields are fixed banks for a 200-meter track. And there are newer facilities around the country that now have hydraulically banked tracks. So you're able to flatten those curves, have other types of running events or other types of sports. So what we have in this facility is a full field turf that gets rolled out over that track and field, and then also allows for the possibility of other sport court and other surfaces to allow other sports.
Interesting. Thank you.
Neat. All right, let's go ahead and start the public testimony. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anybody who would like to testify?
Sure. Dan Daly, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and the board members. My name is Daniel Daly. I'm a lifelong also Brighton resident. I'm also a member of the IAG at New Balance, and I want to go on record in support of this project. This development team continues to do wonderful work transforming our neighborhood over here, and this is really a simple request for a static sign, which will be advertising just the events at the concert venue. So I want to go on support, and thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Josh Batty.
Hi, good afternoon, board. This is Josh Body with the guy who presents AEG, the tenant for the Roadrunner space with New Balance. So just chiming in and appreciate everyone's time and Keith's presentation. We look forward to being part of the neighborhood, and I think the marquee here is our, as Keith said, just a 21st century solution for a long standard musical theater marquee. So thank you, and I appreciate the time of the board.
Awesome, thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, I don't see any other hands.
Okay, great. Sarah, do we have any written testimony that we want to receive in the record?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you very much. Any additional questions or comments from the board?
I'm curious as to why you haven't gone with a dynamic sign.
Sorry, for the marquee in question, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
why not have fun with it?
So to answer your question, I think we are trying to be a little bit conservative, sensitive to our neighbors, understanding that what we may do outside of this building, as the neighborhood changes, others may look to also do. And making sure that we're all working within the rules and regulations in place. I think one thing that we have worked with Josh and his team, as well as BPDA staff on, is some further elaboration at the ground floor where the doors are to also exhibit, upcoming acts, and to do it in a very modern way. So one thing we're looking at is how to show the act on a column or on a piece of glass, or to look at digital display boards on a column. So we have been working with the tenant as well as BPDA staff on some of those ideas.
And who's across the street?
Across the street, directly from them, is the building 80 and 90 Guest Street, which is a office building as well as the Warrior Ice Arena. So we have this kind of really interesting and active part of Guest Street where you'll have people coming in and out of Warrior Ice, as well as coming in and out of the sports complex, as well as this music venue. And adjacent to it is Athletes Park, which is about an acre and a half of landscaped green space that we're hoping to fully activate with all of these people coming to the site.
So it's not residential?
Correct, it's not, no.
Which means that at night, when the sign will be lit, there probably won't be a lot of other people around who would feel disturbed by a more dynamic sign.
I think that's fair.
Okay. I hate missing out on opportunities to create exciting streetscape, but okay.
Thank you very much.
Interesting. Additional questions or comments from the board? Yeah, okay. Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on to the second public hearing. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80A and Article 80B of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the parcels O and P project in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park of the South Boston waterfront as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on August 5th, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity to do so. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, we ask that you please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Ms. Kerr will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. Teresa and/or Joyce, we have Colin Schließ in the attendees. He is with the development team as well. If we could move him over to a panelist, please. BPDA staff is pleased to recommend the board's approval this evening of the redevelopment of the approximately 2.64-acre parcels O and P site on the north jetty of the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. This important proposal will revitalize a series of underutilized parcels with the project in keeping with the Marine Park Master Plan. The proposed project calls for the construction of a new 8-story, approximately 219,000 square foot life sciences research and development building on parcel O, and the rehabilitation and repurposing of the existing Matt J. McDonald Company building on parcel P as an approximately 9,000 square foot amenity space for tenants of the building on parcel O. The development will be supported by the provision of 96 surface parking spaces within the site. The proposed project will provide substantial public realm improvements along the entire project perimeter, allowing for much improved pedestrian accessibility and connectivity on the site and further through the marine park. The proponent, through the proposed project, shall also be a contributor to the City of Boston's Climate Resiliency Fund, which will fund investments in the Marine Park for sea level rise mitigation measures to benefit the park and its tenants. In support of improved transportation connections to the Marine Park, the proponent shall also contribute to the initial design exploration of expanded ferry services between Pier 10 and the Marine Park and North Station, and will continue to work with BPDA, EDIC, and other stakeholders in the Marine Park to support the provision of shuttle and/or bus transit services connecting the Marine Park with neighborhoods across the city. Further, as a development impact project, the proponent will provide an approximately $1.66 million contribution to the Neighborhood Housing Trust and an approximately $305,000 contribution to the Neighborhood Jobs Trust in connection with the construction of the proposed project. I'd like to thank the members of the Impact Advisory Group and by extension the Boston Marine Park Business Association who collectively assisted the BPDA with the review of this project as well as several other recent projects in the Marine Park. District City Councilor Ed Flynn has shared a letter of support for the project, which I'll be pleased to read aloud for the record during public testimony. We're joined this evening by Andrew Mackin, Levi Riley, and Patrick Souza of Marcus Partners, along with project architect Elizabeth O'Gorman and project engineer Colin Schließ. BPDA staff and the development team will be happy to answer any questions the board may have at the conclusion of the presentation. Thank you.
Ashley, I can go ahead?
Go ahead. Yep, all yours, Andrew.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Mackin. I'm with Marcus Partners. On behalf of our entire project team, thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I'll be brief and I'll hand it over to Kristen O'Gorman of SGA, who will discuss the evolution of our project and our design. As we sit here now and kind of reflect back on the Article 8 process, we really wanted to thank those who provided us feedback and input, especially through the summer. As we kind of look back now, we really think we have a better project as a result of the process. So thank you for that. And there's many aspects of this project that, and Ashley, I think, do you control the presentation?
We have other staff, Andrew, so you can just let us know and they'll advance this.
Okay, so this slide, perfect. There's many aspects of our project that we're really proud of, and one that everyone may not be aware of is that this building will be the future home of Ginkgo Bioworks. We believe Ginkgo is really one of the most exciting life science companies in Boston. Ginkgo currently resides in the Marine Park. They love the Marine Park. They want to grow their business there and stay. So this is an expansion of their current space into this new building. So we could not be happier and proud to have Ginkgo as a tenant in our building. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kristen to talk through some of our design.
Great. If you could go to the next slide. Kristen O'Gorman with SGA Architects, excited to be here tonight and up for the challenge of a short, succinct presentation on a project that we have spent a lot of time thinking about. So just to orient everybody, we're looking at parcels O and P adjacent to the dry dock. Next slide. A lot of the conversations that we've had, especially with the BCDC, revolved around how do we fit into the Marine Park and how do we fit into its future growth. So we've created a series of diagrams here to set the table. The yellow being mixed industrial uses, such as R&D buildings, like the one that we are proposing, and blue being the more traditional or marine industrial uses. And we note that because those are different building typologies and economics behind them. The dashed areas are projects that are either identified in the master plan or under the process, such as ours, OMP is dashed. And then the solid blocks are ones that are recently approved or recently constructed. The bottom of the screen has a snapshot of some of the buildings found in there, ours being the two yellow ones in the center, and it just starts to show how we're fitting nicely into that skyline. Next slide, please. And then this is just another snapshot here to kind of give it into perspective of where we are into the city. These colors relate to the colors found in the diagram on the last slide. And just start to look at this park really is a mixed-use park between these two types of uses. Next slide. We wanted to focus most of our time on what's changed. And I think there were really two main components that we've evolved with our process with the city, one of which was the urban realm. There's a lot of conversations about the three different components of this project. Parcel P, a redeveloped existing building that will support amenities for the larger building being an 8-story R&D lab building to support Ginkgo Bioworks, and then we have a parking area as well. And so how do those three components fit together in one project? And the other one was a big push on sustainability. We are going to be reducing our fossil fuel consumption 90% over code, and we're nearly eliminating fossil fuels. So I think that's a really, a really great story that we want to hit, and one that we have evolved with our conversations with the city. We focused a lot on art in this project, wrapping Parcel P with art, having other moments on the ground for art as well, and once again, just supporting that urban realm. We'd also like to note that we've increased our sidewalk widths, and we're in compliance with complete streets around the property as well. Next slide. A snapshot into that plaza design in front of Parcel P. We're looking for this to be an active, flexible space with flexible furniture. Once again, the evolution of this design was really to how do you link this across Alban Pond Way to our entry space. Next slide. This drops you down into that plaza. What you're catching on the right-hand side is that Parcel P building with a placeholder of some form of art that would be supported here. Right now, it's looking to support the tenant of the building, Ginkgo Bioworks, a biology company, also while supporting or recognizing where we are in the city in the marine industrial park. So that's why we have a placeholder of the starfish there. We're also looking at the ground plane and having pavement art continue along the length of all of these three components of the project. Next slide, please. I think the upper left diagram talks best to what we were doing here. We're implementing some bleachers in the plaza and Parcel P where you were just standing. We have this pavement art that goes across the plaza, goes across Alban Pond Way, and then meets bleachers at our elevated porch on Parcel O. And then following, we have some more pavement art and opportunities for art along the length of the parking lot as well. And there are some snaps here, the upper right being a focus on that celebrated bleacher seating around our entryway. We're also looking to link the materiality between these buildings with blackened steel and wood. Next slide, please. We started high level with the Marine Park diagram, and I'd like to bring us down to the ground and just start to look around at how this starts to feel in the park. So we have a couple snapshots here from Swordfish Way, from the ISQ corner, and then from the east with Canistro in the lower right. And if Colin is on, next slide, he was going to touch on sustainability.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Kristen. Yeah, to extend what Kristen was saying before, the fossil fuel reduction is obviously a big deal, but there's a holistic approach to sustainability with this project, actually both of these projects. Both will kind of share a goal towards LEED Gold performance. But specifically with Parcel O, there's the incorporation of heat pumps. Boston is targeting net zero in the not so distant future, and this project will be a landmark for how lab buildings can achieve it. They're notoriously energy intensive, but this project is going to incorporate very efficient heating and cooling systems that, again, like Kristen said, will reduce fossil fuel consumption by 90% and reduce overall greenhouse gas emissions by 40%. We also are incorporating solar panels on the south piece of the screening on an MEP level of Parcel O, and then down to Parcel P. Parcel P is pursuing electrification along with an exploration of the potential to be net zero for the smaller building on the site. So the project in itself represents an opportunity to demonstrate the potential for lab buildings in the greater Boston area and how they can be green and high performance. It's the engineering's exciting with it, and it's a great demonstration of the potential for low carbon design.
I think that concludes. We tried to get it all in time. Thank you.
Awesome. Any questions or comments from the board before we take testimony? Let's go ahead and take testimony. Secretary Polkimis, do we have anybody that would like to testify?
There are no hands raised right now. Is there anybody who would like to testify? Please raise your virtual hand. Anybody? Madam Chair, there's nobody who would like to testify.
Okay, thank you. Actually, Ms. Kerr, did we have any written testimony that you wanted to read into the record?
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a letter of support from District City Councilor Ed Flynn, which I'll be pleased to read aloud.
Fabulous.
Dear members of the BPDA board, I'm writing in support of the proposed development by Marcus Partners at parcels O and P located at the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Industrial Park. The project proposes the demolition of the existing structure on parcel O to construct a new 219,000 square foot life science research and development building. It also proposes to rehabilitate the existing building on parcel P in order to create a 9,000 square foot amenity space for those working at the life science research and development building located at parcel O. There will be 96 parking spaces located at 1 Aubon Payne Way and 3 Anchor Way. It is my understanding that the proponent has acted in good faith in submitting to this additional community process despite not being required to do so. I respectfully ask that the development team continue to work closely with BPDA, the Impact Advisory Group, other businesses, and neighbors throughout this process. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Sincerely, Ed Flynn, Boston City Councilor, District 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, questions or comments from the board?
I have a question. Thank you for that presentation. Can you talk about the biosafety level required for Ginkgo Bioworks' scope of products that they're going to be producing and researching in this building?
Carol, I can try to address that, and then if we need to have a more tech. So Ginkgo Bioworks is a biology company, so they are not a heavy chemical user or as heavy as a chemical user. The building is currently designed to have a code classification level of 1B, and that allows a restricted level of chemicals to be stored at certain levels. And there is a provision to possibly go to a 1A for higher levels, but that has not yet been incorporated into the design. Does that answer the question that you're looking for, Kirk?
Well, can you describe what 1A and 1B means? Because I don't know.
I know, I forget which way the scale goes. Like, is it lower is less toxic or more toxic?
I'll do my best. We actually had a diagram that was created, but the chemical storage really gets restricted after floor 6. So there's the ground floor. We've got 2 chemical storage rooms. Those are the heavy chemicals will be stored, or any chemicals would be stored there. It's all classified. It's you would have to, any chemicals that are stored in there have to be gone through the process, and we need our approvals as we go with Boston Fire Department. The upper levels, 4, I think it goes up until 6. The chemicals are limited, and then above level 6, it's really small quantities of chemicals that can be stored. Which is, I think, 48 gallons on the floor is the number.
Additional questions or comments or follow-ups on that?
I'm just curious, what happens if there's water that comes up in that area for your ground floor storage of chemicals?
If you want, I can answer that one, Andrew.
Yep.
We are raising grade, which is above the floodplain. And then we're also raising all critical infrastructure an additional foot above that. So this building will, during our event, we're also looking at introducing other, and also tolerant as well for this purpose. This area of the city is prone to that, and sea level rise is real, so we are addressing that.
Thank you.
I guess Ginkgo Bioworks isn't really working with germs or, dangerous diseases or anything like that. They're more working, what you were talking about was the safety level of the different chemicals that they use. Is that correct? So it was kind of a different question I was having that may not be relevant to their work. I'm just trying to see what kind of public risk there is involved with their work in this location. So maybe you could talk about that in a little broader way.
Andrew, I'm happy to jump in here if it's helpful. Levi Riley, a member of the development team at Marcus Partners, and has spent a little bit more time with Ginkgo on their operation. So Ginkgo is a synthetic biology company. What they primarily do is they reprogram cellular biology to do unique things, but usually fairly benign things. They might reprogram bacteria to eat hydrocarbons so they can help bridge petroleum, clean up wells, or they might reprogram biology to create a certain scent that can be used for perfume manufacturing. So they have a wide range of applications, but the primary tool that they use is fermentation. so really low level of risk. Ginkgo's work is biosafety level 1. They have the option to increase to biosafety level 2, which is a more risky, and then biosafety level 3 is the highest risk. But most of their work, all of their work to date has been biosafety level 1, I believe, and I can follow up in greater detail after this meeting with Ashley.
And I would add, if it's helpful for the board too, just for context, Ginkgo is an existing tenant in the Marine Park as well. They're currently in the Innovation and Design building and have been, I believe, for quite some time too. I think they were one of our original tenants in that building.
Yeah, no, great. I appreciate the additional, the additional context and reminder which way the levels go. Again, this is we have a lot of lab space, a lot of office lab conversions, right? So this is just something that thank you, Treasurer Downs, for bringing this up, and we have put in different parameters for some projects in what needs to happen again if you go above that like level 2. So what we're approving, just to clarify, is authorization for a level 2 or a level 1.
I'll let Levi maybe or Andrew jump in, but I think there would be separate state approvals for the actual operations of what will be happening in the building. Obviously, we're just the regulatory body for the permitting and development. So I'm not sure, Andrew or Levi, if you guys know more about that, or maybe Ginkgo handles that directly. I will say, Madam Chair, BPDA staff, as you noted, we're seeing a lot of these types of projects now. When we go out to communities, to the public, this is what folks want to talk about as well, as these levels of safety. We have assembled, I believe, a staff working group that's focusing specifically on life sciences and R&D. And just as recently as this afternoon, I've had conversations with other staff members about how we better work to understand these and have better conversations about these processes. So I'm sure as staff have updates to share on that, the board members will be briefed as well. I think it's something that it's a valid point. And obviously, the life science industry is moving very fast. It's a fast-paced sector, so I think we're doing our best to try to keep up while educating ourselves at the same time.
Yeah, totally. I think we've got some briefings on the calendar, so
yeah.
Good stuff. Great. Well, I feel sufficiently responded, I think, to that question. I actually did have a question on, again, the pavement art. Again, big fan of, bringing in art to that work. Do you have, again, existing, I guess, partnerships or plans, and then just kind of, again, doing friendly plugs, right, to support our local artists community here in the greater Boston area and Massachusetts, region. And I think it's Artists for Humanity is like in that neighborhood. Again, just we've got some great stuff here. So I'm not sure if you know anything, additionally about, how you're going to source the artists for all that work.
Chris and I can make a brief comment and then feel free to add on. But Artists for Humanity is a firm that we're really familiar with, and we love their work. We actually partnered with them on a recent proposal, so very familiar with their work. And I would say all of the pavement art, another concern that, or another just consideration that we've had is that it still works with accessibility. So it's a delicate balance. We want to do something really different and unique here, but it's got to work for everybody. And so we've had a lot of great conversations with the city on accessibility and art and how we can blend the two. So absolutely, everything right now is conceptual, but we do intend to partner with great local partners.
Awesome, great. And then finally, I do just want to take a moment to recognize the great section in the manual on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the commitments made to make movement in that area with our local diverse businesses. So just kudos. All right. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
The third and final public hearing. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80D of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the Arnold Arboretum of Harvard University Institutional Master Plan renewal. This hearing was duly advertised on August 5th, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity to do so. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given about 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Tyler Ross will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is the Arnold Arboretum of Harvard University Institutional Master Plan renewal for the years 2021 through 2031. This is a renewal of the existing IMP that was board approved January of 2008 with no changes. At this time, the Arnold Arboretum does not anticipate any new development projects for the term of the renewed IMP. The IMP does have 3 renovations planned throughout the tenure of this IMP renewal, which were identified in the original approval in 2008. A cold storage renovation in the Dana Greenhouse, a restoration of the exterior envelope of the Hunwell building, and an expansion of the Lars Anderson bonsai house display case. These activities do not qualify as proposed institutional projects under the definitions of the zoning code. However, they have been included in the 2008 IMP for informational purposes. The review process of the IMP renewal that is before you began in April 2021. Since that time, Harvard has diligently worked with BPDA staff, the Parks Department, elected officials, and the Jamaica Hills Community Organization and Atlanta Community Organization on reviewing this IMP renewal. These meetings occurred between April to June 2021. In particular, Harvard has worked with the community organizations on addressing any outstanding concerns from the 2008 IMP process, particularly with the Longfellow Area Neighborhood Association, LANA, on issues around designating a no-build zone on the part of Boat Hill. The agreement and corresponding map have been referenced in the current IMP renewal and will continue to guide decisions made by the BPDA. The BPDA has since received a letter of support from LANA dated June 21st, 2021, which has been included in the supporting materials of this project. I want to say thank you to the members of the community, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed Arnold Arboretum IMP renewal. I would now like to turn it over to Danny Schessler, Head of Operations and Project Management of the Arnold Arboretum, to begin the presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Tyler, and good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Danny Schissler, and I serve as Head of Operations and Project Management at the Arnold Arboretum of Harvard University. And tonight I'm joined by Mark Hanley, Director of Government and Community Relations at Harvard Office of Public Affairs and Communications, as well as Kendall Mayer Trumbull, Assistant Director of Government and Community Relations, and Gary Hammer, Senior Campus Planner at Harvard Planning Office. First, I'd like to thank Councilor O'Malley for his comments tonight and his passionate support and advocacy of the Arboretum and of Boston's parks and green spaces. Thank you, Matt. I'm pleased to present the board a proposal for the renewal of the Arnold Arboretum's institutional master plan. Next slide, please. First, I'd like to provide some background on the Arboretum. Established in 1872 as the nation's first public arboretum, the Arnold is a botanical research institution and a critical link in Boston's Emerald Necklace. Representing a unique public-private partnership between the City of Boston and Harvard University, the Arboretum is free and open to the public every day of the year for the duration of its 2,000-year lease agreement. Next slide, please. The Arboretum is known to many as a beloved public park, but it is also a National Historic Landmark, one of Friedrich Law Olmsted's best preserved landscapes, visited and enjoyed by hundreds of thousands of diverse visitors every year, including through 2020 and the COVID pandemic. Beyond the Arboretum's role as a public park, it is also a scientific institution with some of the finest botanical research facilities in Boston, where students and visiting scholars study plant genetics and genomics, ecology, and global change. The Arboretum holds the finest collection of woody plants in the temperate world, with over 16,000 living specimens tracked and labeled, including many species of conservation concern, such as the Franklin tree seen here, which is extinct in the wild. And of course, the Arboretum is a community of service-minded individuals who collect, study, steward, and share these rich collections with the public. Next slide, please. The Arboretum is located in Jamaica Plain and Roslindale and includes approximately 256 acres of city-owned parkland, seen here in green. Leased to and maintained by Harvard University, along with approximately 25 acres of land divided amongst 4 separate parcels, seen here in red, that are privately owned by Harvard University. In this unique arrangement, the Arboretum maintains the living plant collections and the buildings, while the city is responsible for maintaining roadways, sidewalks, and boundary walls in the parklands that are part of the leased area. Next slide, please. Next, I'd like to provide some background information on the Arboretum's IMP. Developed in 2007, the IMP described one institutional project to be undertaken during the 10-year term, an approximately 45,000 square foot research and administration building on the Harvard-owned Wells Hill parcel at 1300 Center Street, which you see here in the upper right. The Boston Zoning Commission voted to create an IMP overlay area on the 14.2 acre Wells Hill parcel. The Arboretum IMP was approved by the Boston Redevelopment Authority on August 14, 2007, and by the Boston Zoning Commission on January 9, 2008, for a 10-year term. The zoning controls for institutional uses on the Wells Hill parcel are governed by the terms of the IMP. The LEED Gold certified Wells Hill Research and Administration building was completed in December 2010 and occupied in January 2011, and it's where I'm sitting right now. It's important to note that the zoning controls for the remainder of the Arboretum's 267 acres outside of the Wells Hill parcel are governed by the provisions of the applicable zoning districts for those parcels. Next slide, please. Today, the Arboretum seeks your approval of the renewal of its institutional master plan with no changes. As Tyler mentioned, at this time, the Arboretum is not contemplating any new proposed institutional projects during the renewal term of the IMP. In accordance with Section 80D, subsection 5.2E of the Zoning Code, we request that the BPDA waive additional review of this renewal application and approve the IMP notification form and the existing IMP together as the renewed institutional master plan. Next slide, please. Lastly, I'd like to briefly share some of our IMP renewal process schedule. After initial outreach to BPDA staff in early April, the Arboretum shared our renewal plans with neighborhood groups, key elected officials, and the Boston Parks Department. The IMP renewal request was officially filed on May 21st, and the submittal was followed by a 30-day comment period. Next slide, please. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board prior to public testimony? All right, Secretary Polhemus, do we have anybody who would like to testify?
There are no hands up currently. Is there anybody who would like to testify? Please raise your virtual hand. Anybody want to testify? Madam Chair, there is nobody to testify.
Great, thank you. Mr. Ross, do we have any written testimony that we have to read into record here?
No, I believe the Lena letter of support was included in the supporting materials.
Yep, it was. Great. Okay, so questions or comments from the board?
Just a quick question. We're coming up on a major anniversary of Olmsted's birth, if I remember correctly, and I'm curious as to how the Arboretum is interfacing with community groups around that, and whether there's any building, temporary or otherwise, that is planned in reference to that anniversary.
Thank you, Ted, for that great question. It's very much on our minds as we approach 2022. Not only Olmsted's 200th birthday, but also the 150th anniversary of the Arboretum, which is also happening next year. So quite a big year for us, and we have a couple of kind of major initiatives to increase green space access for all of our neighbors, to improve our entrances horticulturally and accessibility-wise. We're also working on a mobile visitor center, which will move around the Arboretum. It's kind of a mobile trailer that we're building, and it will be able to greet people and provide programming to them no matter which entrance they're coming through. So I'll just say that throughout the pandemic, we thought deeply about how we're serving all of our neighbors, no matter what side of the Arboretum they're coming from, and we are now aiming towards improving access for all Boston residents from all neighborhoods, and we've really shifted our priorities quite a bit in the last year. So equity and community outreach is very much on our mind at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions or comments?
I just want to say I spent 13 years living on the Jamaica Plains side of the Arboretum, and our children learned to ride their bikes there. And now I've spent 11 years living on the Rosendale side of the Arboretum, and my husband and I have been walking there every day in the pandemic. It has saved our mental health, and it's just an amazing institution, and I'm glad to hear that you're going to be working on making more people know about it and bringing more people into that special space. You know, it helps a lot of us be well in the city. So thank you for all your work.
You're welcome. It's wonderful to hear that. And, you know, people will often say the Arboretum is a hidden gem in Boston, and we don't want it to be hidden. So yeah, we're absolutely trying to get the word out, and it is important for us to be a public health institution as well as a botanical institution. So thank you for your comments.
Good points. Additional questions or comments? I think we're just all +1 on Carol's comment. So great. I think let's see, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Right. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members of the board, and thank you, Tyler.
Cheers. All right, so we're coming back to East Boston. Item number 17, request authorization to enter into an affordable housing agreement for one IDP unit in connection with the proposed development located at 95 through 97 Addison Street. Michelle.
Hello, and thank you, Chairwoman Rojas, Director Golden, Secretary Polhumis, and members of the board. I'm Michelle McCarthy, Housing Policy Manager before you today for 95 to 97 Addison Street in East Boston. This is a 10-unit residential homeownership project that received its Zoning Board of Appeal approval on May 7th, 2021, and does not require Article 80 approval. This project is here before you today because it will be income restricting one homeownership unit under the inclusionary development policy. And your vote here today is to authorize the execution of an affordable housing agreement. Thanks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Right. Item number 18, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 34 residential rental units, including 7 IDP units, 19 off-street parking spaces, and 44 bicycle spaces located at 804 Hyde Park Avenue, and to take all related actions at the name.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The proposed development before you is 804 Hyde Park Avenue in Hyde Park. White Acre Properties LLC proposes to construct an approximately 36,000 square foot development. The project site currently contains 2 existing single-family structures, both of which have been vacant for a few years. After receiving community feedback back at the public meetings and requests from Councilor Arroyo regarding IDP, the original proposal was revised to the project being presented before you today. The proposed project will contain 1 building with a 3-story section along Hyde Park Avenue and a 4-story section along American Legion Highway. The proposed project will also contain 34 residential rental units, of which 7 will be income restricted, along with 19 off-street parking spaces, 36 covered and secured bicycle parking spaces, and 8 short-term bicycle parking spaces. In addition to the proposed development, the proponent will make several pedestrian access improvements, including, but not limited to, new sidewalks. The proponent will also create space allocated for a year-round blue bike station and will make a contribution of $50,000 to support BPDA in the relocation and enhancement of 1 bus stop and the enhancement of another existing adjacent bus stop. The small project review application was submitted on February 18th, 2021. 1 public meeting was held on March 16th, 2021, and another was held on June 30th, 2021. The comment period ended on July 19th. At this time, I will turn it over to the development team to go over their presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Coltia Miller, zoning and permitting on this project. With me tonight is Eric Zackerson from Context, who is the project architect. I believe he is on, as well as Joni Shehu from White Acre Properties, who is the developer on the project. If you could go to the next slide, please. I think Ebony covered all of that. I know it's been a long hearing. I just wanted to highlight quickly, this was really the result of a productive and engaging BPDA small project review process with the community and very well run by Ebony. We made these changes between the first public meeting on March 16th and the second public meeting on June 30th. And I know it's a little hard to read, but this included really a plethora of changes, including a reduction in building height by a story on American Legion Highway, a reduction in gross floor area by about 8,000 square feet, a reduction in unit count by 8 units, the addition of more on-site parking, and the maintenance of an active street frontage on what's really a highly visible corner of Hyde Park Avenue and American Legion Highway, including ground floor units, which you don't see very often in a building of this type, to provide vibrancy and activity on the street corners. We also worked very diligently with District City Councilor Arroyo to provide a really robust 20% affordability, well in excess of the 13% requirement under the IDP. And I also would just quickly note that these 3 IDP units are actually 2 2-beds and a 3-bed. So we're actually not only doing additional IDP units, but larger family size units would be under these additional IDP units. With that, I would like to go to the next slide, and I believe Eric from Context Architecture can go through the next few slides. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nick and Ebony. The first few slides here are to kind of show off the context. As you can see in this, with a red L shape in the center of the slide at the intersection of American Legion and Hyde Park. Can we flip to the next slide, which will zoom in a little bit? And here you see highlighted that we're at a fairly busy intersection with the site facing onto Hyde Park Avenue, American Legion, and Clare Avenue. And in the next slides, we'll talk about how we talked to the neighbors and the BPDA and determined to have a vehicle entrance off of Clare Avenue and use all of the faces of American Legion and Hyde Park as kind of public outward-facing street, outward-facing elements along the street so that we are actively engaged in the street as much as possible. Next slide, please. So these are the 2 existing homes that face the intersection, or face the 3 streets. So in the upper left, you see the house at the very intersection of Hyde Park and American Legion, and then to its left is the other single-family home that faces Clare Avenue. And then in the middle here, you're looking directly at the house at American Legion and Hyde Park, and then a couple more views of the two existing but empty homes. Next slide. This is, I think, the crux of it. On the left side of the drawing here is Hyde Park Avenue. At the top of the drawing is American Legion Highway, and on the right is Clare Avenue. We, from the very beginning and working with BPDA, we wanted to make sure we provided a very active street frontage. And so at the intersection, we have the main building lobby and bike parking adjacent to Blue Bike Station. And the idea is that those things, those active entrances would be at the key to the intersection, and that the rest of the faces of the building we would try to keep as active or as active looking as possible. So all along American Legion Highway, we will have a series of windows. Some of them will be, a few of them will be into shaded into parking, but as soon as we can, we switch that over into looking into active units. And we're going to treat those active units as having their own entrance off of American Legion Highway, and therefore making that green space that exists along the sidewalk into more active front yards. Each of them would create a little foyer so that we have some sense of privacy, but really we wanted to treat this when you're walking along the street so that the building addresses the neighbors. And we took one of those units early on working with BPDA, we took one of those units and moved it over onto Hyde Park Avenue so that it would be kind of adjacent to our 2.5-story neighbor. And that building also wouldn't feel like it was kind of towered over too much. And you'll see that in the elevations as we go. Entering off of Clare Avenue, there's a driveway along the back portion of the site between us and our larger neighbor on Clare Avenue, or I shouldn't say larger, but larger than the buildings on Hyde Park Avenue. So we tuck in a driveway along the back portion of the site and then enter into 19 parking spaces in the center and the larger portion. And we, along both adjacent to our neighbor on Hyde Park Avenue and the rest of the site that is adjacent to our neighbor on Clare Avenue, we have a green space of about 10 feet. Next slide. These are the building elevations. I think they're shown a little bit more dynamically in the renderings that will come, but wanted to make sure we included them. In particular, the upper right, where we see how the building steps down from the intersection. It has a higher presentation right at the intersection, and then steps down to a 3-story facade rather quickly, so that when we're adjacent to our 2.5-story neighbor, we're not kind of very large over it. People use the term casting a shadow, but in reality, almost all of our shadows are on the 2 large streets north of us, because we happen to be situated in such a way that all of our shadows fall on the streets for 90% of the year. Next slide. And then also included here are a couple of sections that show how the top of the building is varied to create a little bit of visual interest and excitement. The lower image here is kind of the key one, where we see how the top floor plays out, in that it has space on the left, but a communal roof deck on the right. And that is, again, to help bring that area down to the 3rd floor. We don't have a proper roof deck on the roof. Next slide. Sorry, 2 minutes. And these images here are meant to show off how it steps down. This is the one on the left, the key one, where we're looking at the building from Hyde Park and American Legion. and how the building as a 4-story element on the corner steps down to a 3-story element and kind of lines up with the 2.5-story dwelling, right? And you see that from head on the right image, the next image. And can you flip to the next slide? And then we shoot it from further down on Hyde Park Avenue, and then looking back at the building along that highway. Next slide. I think that might be the last slide. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Yes, is there a slide that shows the view from Hyde Park Ave? I'm just trying to determine how the parking area works with the streetscape. So if I could see
yeah, you can't see the parking from any angle except for from looking down the back of Clare Avenue.
All right, could you put up the slide that showed the parking then? I just want to be clear how that...
Sure.
Thank you.
You could go back about 3 slides to the ground floor plan. So the only presence where you should be able to see parking is when you're on Clare Avenue, a little bit in from the intersection, looking back along the back of the building.
I see, from American Legion Highway.
Yeah. No, on the right side of the drawing here is Clare Avenue. So you'd have to go down American Legion and up Clare Avenue 30, 40 feet before you could hear.
Yeah, Mr. Miller, because American Legion and Hyde Park are such busy streets, we didn't want to have vehicles exiting and entering off of that. We thought that in working with the BPDA, access off of Clare would prevent any queuing or any people coming in oncoming traffic. So we tried to tuck it behind Clare Avenue as best we could. And frankly, you really wouldn't, as you can see, Eric did a great job. You won't really see any of it from any public street unless you really look down Clare Ave for that, 10 or 12 feet on the entry to the driveway.
Super, thanks for the clarification.
I guess still going on the parking, I know that's always a point of contention. I want to recognize to increase the parking spaces. But maybe can you just give, again, your rationale on, why you think this mix of parking and bike and any other transportation is going to adequately service the residents of this development?
Yeah, from the
Go ahead, Eric. Yeah. No, go ahead, Eric. Yeah, I think it's important to start with the architecture as to how, the narrowness of the site and what you really can and can't do with the turning radius, right? And as well as, not being able to really go down underground too far because of the slope and what you would need to do with the size of the lot.
Right, exactly. This is a big lot, but it's not huge. And as you can see, if we lay out the parking along in the large end of this, we don't have any room really to ramp down or up from it. And so we wanted to present an active base on the front and side of the building. We packed in as many cars as we could into the center of it without it presenting to the street. And then we were also gifted by the fact that the BPDA wanted us to help with kind of making more bike parking access and having the kind of near the bus line type development.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, we geared all of our really mitigation and support towards transportation in terms of having not only long-term bike spaces on the premises, visitor spaces, but also allocating space on the site to locate a year-round blue bike station, which in Hyde Park, they're starting to get into that neighborhood, and by the time this project was to be fully built and occupied, it would hopefully the fingers of the blue bikes would kind of grow out to this area, and we're hoping to benefit with that and also help support that. And then all of our mitigation, other than the affordable housing IDP units, is going towards relocating and enhancing the bus stops in the immediate area, including like bus shelters, countdown clocks, benches, in contribution to BTD and working with them. So I think we tried to program the building with the limitations of the site we are at a 0.56 parking ratio. So, we are trying to mitigate what we can and can't do on the site by providing as much transportation type of mitigation and additions that we can within the constraints of the site. I think we've accomplished that, and I think, the BTD and BPDA transportation folks really pushing us to do that and also provide mitigation towards these bus stops will help to enhance that area, for people who are looking to take public transportation.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 19, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code. In connection with the notice of project change of the zoning code to reduce the project height and the income restricted units from 23 units to 20 units located at 37 Wales Street, and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Caitlin Coppinger, Project Manager with BPDA Development Review. For background, on January 14th, 2021, the board voted to approve the 37 Wales Street project. As approved, the original project called for the demolition of the existing structure and to regrade the site more closely to follow the natural slope of the underlying topography and create a new 5-story apartment building with 23 family-sized apartments, along with amenity spaces and on-site office space for Heading Home staff to provide supportive services to residents of the project. All of the apartments are to be targeted to formerly homeless families with incomes at or below 30% of the area median income. The proposal before you today is for the notice of project change for the 37 Wales Street project submitted on July 9th, 2021. In response to community feedback at the Zoning Board of Appeals, Heading Home has reduced the scope and size of their project. The current project reduces the number of stories from 5 to 4, the number of units from 23 to 20, FAR from 2.9 to 2.66, and a total reduction of 2,200 square feet from the total project. Heading Home is also in the process of finalizing parking agreements with the Department of Neighborhood Development, the Salvation Army, and a private resident for an additional 7 to 11 off-street parking spots for their residents. Additionally, the project will maintain a 1-to-1 bike parking ratio with 20 parking spots, 1 on-site parking space for an on-site staff member. The project will continue to have all units be targeted to formerly homeless families with incomes at or below 30% AMI. The existing building is not deed restricted, but the proposed project will remain deed restricted as an affordable housing in perpetuity as a condition of city and D&D funding, which the proponent is currently seeking in order to move the project forward and be successful. The proponent will enter into a Mass Docs affordable housing restriction, which will allow the units to remain restricted in perpetuity. Because of that, the project is exempt from the IDP requirement due to 100% of the units being low income at 30% AMI or lower. At this time, I would like to turn it over to the development team to run through their presentation in more detail, after which we'd be happy to take any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caitlin. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Golden, Madam Secretary, Attorney Joe Hanley, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller. I'm here with Gail Sullivan from Studio G Architects, who is the project architect, and also with Danielle Ferrer, who is our executive director of Heading Home, and Tim Flynn, who's the project manager. I want to thank Caitlin and the BPDA staff for having us back. This project was approved by the board back in January, and I've since come on to volunteer my services. I'm also a former president of the board of directors and a member of the board of directors of Heading Home. They are a wonderful nonprofit organization that does remarkable work in the field of permanent supportive housing. So I just take you through this presentation very quickly because I know the board is familiar with it to a certain extent, but just to reorient the public and also tell you some of the responsive changes that we've made since appearing at the zoning board. So if someone could go to the next slide, please. All right, so I'm not, unfortunately, I'm not seeing this slide, but are you seeing this?
Yeah, we're seeing it. There's
Okay.
pictures.
All right. Yeah. So
Joe, you want me to jump in?
No. So it's first to just reorient you to the site. A great location, at the foot of Franklin Park. 37 Wales is between Harvard Street and Blue Hill Ave, in close proximity to a lot of resources, obviously the open space and transportation. The next slide should show you a little closer up some of the existing conditions on Wales Street in around Harvard Street in the immediate vicinity. And as we go to the next slide, we get closer to the existing site itself. So Heading Home has owned this property for 10 years. Its existing use is for permanent supportive housing. The structure and the condition of the facility is suboptimal. And so the proposal is to remove and replace it with something that is satisfactory, more than satisfactory, but that is something that addresses the needs for permanent supportive housing in a quality residential environment. And so, as I indicated, it's been vacant since February 2020. And the next slide, most importantly, if you go there, should show you some of the responsive changes that the team has made since appearing before this board for approval in January. Heading Home went to the zoning board. The zoning board asked the proponent to revisit the size, scale, density, and parking of the project. So we had another public meeting in addition to the last 8 months of extensive outreach. And we returned with a project that now we would suggest comports with the height of the building next to us in the context of the area even better, lowering it from 5 to 4 stories, reducing its size and scale, as Caitlin indicated, now an FAR of 2.6, also lowering the units from 23 to 20, increasing the open space, which is obviously important for the quality of life of the folks at the new development. And then we took a look at the parking, which we felt was adequate the first time around. This is a unique development, but we were able to work with our partner at D&D and to secure some other spaces off-site, continue to maintain the one-to-one bike parking, also have parking for staff on-site. And so it's with those changes we come back to you and greatly appreciate it. I don't have to let this board know, but we have a housing crisis, and it really impacts families and homeless families, 5,000 of which are children in the city of Boston. And so this will provide high quality, permanent, supportive housing for 20 families as a result. So Gail, I'd like to hand this off to you to show the context and the characteristics of the revised project. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thanks for having us back. I'm Gail Sullivan, Managing Principal of Studio G Architects. So I'm going to take you through this pretty quickly. On the left-hand side, you see the original design that we had brought to you that had been approved but was not favored by the neighbors. We've reduced the height, as Joe said, to 4 stories at Wales Street. And let's go to the next. I think you can see here, this is Abbott Street, so the street behind, giving a feel for what the view is from there. There's a very large retaining wall. We're reducing the height of that retaining wall. There'll be a fence above it, and you see the building above. Let's go to the next. I think one of the most important diagrams is this one. 37 Wales is our building, and you see how it fits into the context of 35, 33, 31, which are 3 contiguous apartment buildings with approximately 15 or more units in each of them. So we're now really aligned with the height of 35, and because of the roll of the hill, actually stepped down from some of the higher ones. There are, of course, on the other side, smaller wood frame houses. It's really a mix, and I'll get into that in a little moment. Let's go to the next. So one of the things that we wanted to do, because of a comment that a neighbor had made, was to look at the zoning per the code, and then look at the reality of the neighborhood. So this is 3F 5000 is underlying zoning, and that's all there is. There isn't anything specific to any of these lots on Wales, which is in the middle there, and you can see 37 Wales identified. The street that we see here in front of it is Esmond Street. So this is showing the buildings that are non-conforming, at least with regard to FAR. We didn't do a deep analysis here. It's a quick look. Next one. And what we think are likely non-conforming, again, at least with regard to FAR, and some of them with regard to number of units. Next slide, please. So here you see the context of 37 Wales. Despite the underlying zoning, the fact is that this is a neighborhood of a real mix of building typologies and sizes. So we're looking to fit into it. Thanks for the warning. Let's go to the next. So we reduced the density, as we said. One of the ways that we did that is that there's quite a slope front to back on the site. We put 2 units at a ground floor. They are truly garden units, walk out, and that helps. That gets us a total of 18 units above, 2 at the garden level. Let's keep going. And in terms of open space, as Joe said, we've increased it, but we've also improved security, which was an issue that some of the neighbors had raised. Now there is no access to the rear yard and patios without going through the building. Next. And then we did ask Howard Stein Hudson to do, this is short traffic analysis or parking analysis. It's basically a neighborhood where much of the parking is on-street parking. And let's go to the next. As Joe mentioned, Heading Home has been working with D&D, which owns 27 Wales. We think we can get 4 parking spaces there. There's already a memorandum of understanding with them, as well as with the owner of 28 Abbott Street, the 3 parking spaces, and negotiation in process with the Salvation Army, which would have more parking and also is the best location because they don't use it at night, which is when the neighbors say the parking issues exist. Let's go to the next. And I did want to talk for a moment about the benefits of this project. Certainly, as Joe mentioned, housing 20 unhoused families. This is not, of course, just housing. There are on-site services. We have office space and service space for a full-time program person, as well as connection to off-site services. Excuse me. This is designed to exceed Article 37 requirements. We are designing to meet Passive House standards, though Heading Home doesn't think it has the money to go ahead and get it certified. But that's a commitment that Studio G has made in terms of the design, and it's in our budget. Okay, is it 2 minutes now? Okay, so to sum up, we think that the improved project is a positive contributor to the neighborhood, and I'll stop there.
Yeah, now I'm in agreement. Questions or comments from the board? All right, well, thank you for your hard work and your compromise.
Thank you. I apologize for the technical difficulties too.
No worries, no worries. It's just the world we live in now, right? Yeah. All right, right, the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. Motion
Thank
passed.
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 20. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination, waiving further review, approving the notice of project change pursuant to section 80-5.3 of the zoning code for the use change of 233,500 square foot office space to laboratory research and development uses, and to renovate 3,000 square feet of retail space on the ground floor located at 601 Congress Street, and to take all related actions. Before I sneeze, Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed project at 601 Congress Street in the Seaport. Tonight we ask you to consider a change to the previously built building. The developer has proposed to change the space from office use to lab and research space to better fit the needs of the market in the city. The change also includes small changes to the building to better suit the needs of the new use, including improved ventilation, mechanical systems, and appropriate screening. The project also proposes to redesign the ground floor lobby, retail space, and public realm to reactivate a currently empty space. Thank you for your time and your consideration on this project. Before I turn it over to Ashley and Meislinski from Biomed Realty, I would like to ask that after their presentation, I read a letter of support from Councillor Flynn that I received this evening. Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to Ashley.
Thank you, Nick, members of the board, and Madam Chair. As Nick mentioned, we are looking to convert the existing office building that was formerly John Hancock's headquarters at 601 Congress to a lab office building to support our life science initiative in and around Boston. If you could please advance to the next slide. Thank you. This is a photo of the existing building, a lovely glass structure that was built in the early 2000s. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, or as Nick mentioned, I am Ashley Meislinski with Biomed Realty, and you all may recall that you just had a presentation with my colleague Joe Imbrato just last month talking about 321 Harrison. We did hear much of Joe's struggles over in the South End. However, we have not really had the same experience here at 601 Congress. This is an overview with the building highlighted in blue and some of the life science users in and around the neighborhood. I personally have done some public outreach in support of this project. We did have a public meeting on June 30th, which was very lightly attended. We had very, very minor comments come through, and no public comments came in after the fact. As you may not know, this building is a Massport ground lease, which Ms. Downs, I suspect you may ask, precludes us from having any biosafety levels over BSL2. So we will never have a tenant come in with a BSL rating higher than number 2. If you could please advance to the next slide. This is just to reiterate what Nick has already run through. So what we're doing is converting the existing office to lab, and how we intend to do that is by adding additional mechanical systems up on the roof, increasing the shaft space on each and every floor, and doing some structural reinforcing. However, what we'd also like to do is some substantial ground floor improvements to really bring some life and vibrancy back to this block. There is an existing retail space on the corner of Port Lane that we intend to build out with a great restaurant use. We are increasing the landscaping all along the building's exterior. We have a bike room planned on the corner of D Street and Congress with direct access from the exterior, a new entry along Congress. We're changing out the main entry on the corner of D and Congress Street, and we are updating the lobby finishes. If you could please move on to the next slide. This is a representation of what the building looks like today. So there are 3 vacant retail spaces and a rather large lobby. There are some trees surrounding Congress Street and D Street, most of which are not in great shape. We talked at length with urban design about the landscaping and really how to bring life to this block. Next slide, please. So this is our proposed design. We have the retail space along the corner of Port Lane and Congress Street. The lobby remains mostly unchanged, so we do intend to renovate all of the interior finishes. You can see in light blue the bike storage room along D Street, and what we're also proposing is substantial landscape improvements. So new trees all along D Street, all along Congress Street. We've also heard that the pit depths are quite low, so we are intending to increase the depth of those tree pits installing shrubbery around and some perennial plant beds to really liven up the space. We also intend to have a pretty robust outdoor seating area in support of the retail space, and some additional outdoor seating around the lobby. Some of the other concerns that have come up around this block are that it gets very, very windy. We've done some thorough studies with our WDI and believe that our planting strategy is really helping mitigate all of those wind concerns. In addition, the main entry that's right on the corner of D Street and Congress, you can see that little arrow on the top left of the screen. It currently houses 2 revolving doors, which don't work very well when it's very windy. So what we are doing is pulling those revolvers out and adding a new entry with a vestibule to help mitigate all of those concerns. Next slide, please. In addition, we're adding all of these new mechanicals on the roof. On the left, you'll see the existing conditions, and on the right is the proposed condition. As I mentioned earlier, this is a Massport ground lease. We did review these plans with both Massport and the BPDA earlier on in the process, and we originally anticipated installing all of these exhaust fans up on the roof. However, upon review, it was noted that it's starting to take away from the beautiful architecture that exists, and we really want to maintain that architecture as much as possible. So we've dropped those exhaust fans down onto the 13th floor. We're converting what would be tenant space on the 13th floor to now house mechanical. They will sit behind the existing curtain wall, and you can just slightly see those stacks popping up right beside the light box, which is really the crown jewel on top of this beautiful building. Next slide, please. This is another view of the existing condition and the proposed condition on the right. This is looking from D Street. What you see here is the addition of a louver system, which matches all of the louvers that already exist on this building. So again, we're keeping with the same materiality and really working with the existing architecture to maintain the beauty of this building. Next slide, please. And this is the final view from Pump House Road. What you're seeing here is a louver screen panel that will be on the 12th floor. This is currently a roof deck. It wraps from this, the south side, to the east side and up around the north. And what we're doing as part of this project is also really greenifying the roof. We have a nice, generous walking path going in up there, and you know, the screening of the mechanical equipment, while it does look quite different from this view, we feel very strongly that the occupants on the roof deck will never notice this mechanical area due to the beautiful landscape design that we have planned up on the 12th floor. With that, it concludes my presentation. The next slide just asks if there are any questions or comments. I would love to turn it over to Nick at this time to read through the letter that we received from Councilor Flynn earlier today.
Thank you. From Councilor Flynn. Dear members of the BPDA board, I am writing in regards to the proposed change of use at 601 Congress Street, located at the South Boston waterfront. The project proposes to change the current single-tenant office space located at 601 Congress Street into a mixed-use life science and office building. Approximately half of the building will be laboratory spaces, while the other half will remain as office spaces. The proposed renovations also include a 3,000 square foot retail and restaurant space at the ground floor, as well as upgrading the building's eatery and common spaces. In recent decades, our city has become the hub of the life sciences and biotechnology industry. As we've witnessed over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, our biotechnology industry plays a critical role in confronting our public health challenges and helping to eradicate disease. Our life sciences and biotech partners will undoubtedly continue to play a key role in the City of Boston's recovery and bright future. At the same time, with approximately 20 proposals in District 2, community process and long-term city planning must be at the forefront of these discussions and a priority for Boston and its neighborhoods. Many of these proposals are near residential and commercial areas, and my neighbors are naturally concerned about having their questions answered as it relates to public health and safety, noise with mechanicals, and quality of life issues, trash and potential hazardous waste removal. Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty and I recently held a public hearing on zoning and the public process as it relates to biolabs. It is my understanding that the proponent has worked with the BPDA to address concerns from neighbors regarding mechanicals at the building by agreeing to install its mechanical systems on the top floor of the building instead of putting it on the roof, in an effort to mitigate noise and other quality of life concerns from neighbors. Their actions in placing mechanicals inside the footprint of the building on the top floor and using an appropriate ventilation system could serve as an example for future projects to address this issue. I appreciate the proponents' willingness to engage in good faith compromises, and I urge that they continue to work closely with the city and our neighbors to address any other potential issues. Thank you. Sincerely, Ed Flynn.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harder, do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I've got a question, maybe a bigger picture question. So recently, we've seen a number of office to lab conversions. We've got a surplus of office space, a real shortage of supply of housing. Are any of these buildings, and this is a great location and in a wonderful neighborhood, is there potential to convert a building like this into residential, or is it because of the ground lease with Massport that might cause some concerns? So can we see a building like this entertain going from office into residential? I'm not sure who the right person to respond to that might be.
That's a very interesting question. Unfortunately, as a life science developer, we do not really work in residential buildings, so that's not something that we ourselves would ever propose. That said, I'm not sure if there are any members from the Massport team that may be able to provide some feedback on whether or not they'd let any of their other ground lessors convert an existing office building to residential.
Ms. Brian, I can jump in. This is Mike Kirsch from the interim Director of Development Review. I think in a lot of these instances, it's a case-by-case basis, right? I think these larger new construction buildings are, particularly this one, is more suitable for a life science user. That doesn't mean that a residential user couldn't come in and present them. I think it really is based on a case-by-case basis relative to the buildings as it relates to kind of the end user.
Thank you, Mike. And maybe not for this situation, but as we see these things develop, it would be nice to see housing as a potential option, or at least make sure that's considered in any project that might be viable, whether it's conversion like this or something else. So thank you, Mike.
Yep, it's noted. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a great night.
Me too. Great. 21. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 13 compact living residential rental units, including 2 IDP units, shared space on the first floor, and an outdoor patio located at 325 Woodlawn Street. Stephen.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I'm a project manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time this evening. The project I bring before you today is 385 Woodlawn Street. Woodlawn Street is located in the Forest Hill section of Jamaica Plain, a neighborhood within Boston. On May 21st, 2021, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a small project review application from James McClure, the proponent. The proposal calls for the construction of a 4-story residential rental building that will contain 13 compact studio units. The project site is a vacant lot that is approximately 2,455 square feet. This means that there will be no displacement with this proposal. If approved, the new structure will again contain 13 rental compact studio units. This will include 2 income restricted units. The 11 other units will be market rate units. The building will have a bike storage room with capacity for at least 13 bicycles. The proponent has also agreed to provide $3,575 to the city's bike share program and another $6,669 to fund street improvements in the immediate vicinity of the project site. Approximately 300 feet from Forest Hills MBTA station, This project is a transit-oriented development and will not have parking spaces for vehicles. On June 30th, 2021, I held an Article 80 virtual public meeting for the proposal. That June 30th virtual public meeting was advertised in the Jamaica Plain Gazette and the Boston Bulletin. With all of that said, I would like to pass it over to George Moranci, the project attorney, and Chris Drew, the project architect, to present the proposal before us today. They will run through the project presentation and will answer any questions put forward by the board. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you, Stephen. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members, and Director Golden. This is a relatively small, at 13 units, proposed compact living project on a site that could in fact be a paradigm for the compact living pilot program, a site which by its underlying zoning and its size would actually constitute an unbuildable lot under present underlying zoning at just over 2,500 square feet. Yet it is nearly a 2,500 square foot lot and is located at the corner of Woodlawn Street and Hyde Park Avenue, very literally across the street from one of the busiest rapid transit stations in the system, along several bus and bike routes, as well as proximate to numerous local businesses which need and deserve additional community support. Owing to the progressive vision of city officials and BPDA planners and the site's literal stone's throw proximity to Forest Hills T Station, 3 Woodlawn Street is now poised for use not as an open-air parking lot, but rather as a home location for at least 13 new residents, many of whom have no need for and would be unable to comfortably afford, frankly, Boston dwelling units, which might exceed their present needs and their present budgets by 200% or more, but for the existence of the compact living pilot. These future residents could be older, single persons who wish to either remain in or relocate to this neighborhood, or first-time renters who, but for the existence of such modern compact and amenitized units, which are naturally more affordable simply owing to their size, would be forced into multi-roommate housing out of economic necessity. In other words, exactly for whom and exactly where exactly the compact living pilot was contrived. Chris Drew of RCA Architects worked intensively with Stephen Harvey, who did a fantastic job, and all BPDA staff to refine and improve the proposed project over the course of many meetings and many months. If there are no questions for me at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Chris Drew to present the plans, and then of course we'll take, at that point, any and all questions from board members.
Thank you, George. If we can proceed to the next slide, please. So this is just project locus. 3 Woodlawn is right at the corner of Hyde Park Ave. We've got Forest Hill MBTA station right across the street. Next slide, please. This is just so this is the project site currently. It is used for a few parking spaces. Next slide, please. Again, this is just looking up from Hyde Park Ave, up Woodlawn, and of course the project site is on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. And this is just at the corner of Woodlawn and Hyde Park Ave, and of course Forest Hill T Station is right across the street on Hyde Park Ave. Next slide, please. This is the site plan. So the building does take up a majority of the site, but it does give us some area in the back for a nice private patio for the residents to use, for some nice outdoor space, kind of private and tucked away. Next slide, please. The first floor unit. The first floor. The Woodlawn is running on the right-hand side of the page. So you come into a common lounge area with common laundry, bike storage, and then in the back is a studio unit. Consisting of about 470 square feet. Next slide, please. The upper floors basically all mirrors, are all duplicates of each other. It's 4 units per floor, consisting of about 313 to about 328 square feet each. Next slide, please. And the elevations themselves are going to be pretty basic: hardy plank siding, floral trim, all the typical landscaping. Next slide, please. And again, just both the right and left side elevation. the right side elevation. We did add some additional windows, as well as some skylights and stuff to the upper units so that it brings in some nice natural light. Next slide, please. This is just some rendering, kind of looking up and down from Woodlawn Street. Next slide, please. And just a typical interior rendering of what the unit itself would look like. Next slide, please. And that's it. So at this point, we'll turn it back over to George and Stephen for questions and comments.
And Stephen, I'll turn it over to the board, I guess, and to the chair.
Okay, so it concludes the presentation.
That does, I'm sorry, it does conclude the presentation.
Perfect. Great. Questions or comments from the board?
I have a question. Well, you're positioning these units as affordable to people who couldn't afford current market rate units. What kind of rental rate are you talking about? For one of the units.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Downs. I think that, and I'm sorry, I should have had that available, but my client did send that to me, but
You must have a range that you're working in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said yes. I'm sorry, we do. And I think we're probably in the, $1,400 to $1,600 range, as studio units, or maybe 13 to 15. It would kind of, be what the market would actually bear out.
Okay, but it's less than $2,000 a month.
Oh, certainly, yes. Again, these are not, these are, and one thing we didn't mention in the presentation, they're all studio units. Yeah, there's something that, again, owing purely to their size, are probably all, $1,500 and under, which again is something that puts people not into a multi-roommate situation, but actually being able to get a place, a door of their own, as it were, a place of their own.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Carol, I'm just looking at the memo. So the two kind of income restricted are, the rent says $1,200 that's the 70% of AMI.
Sorry, if I could just step in. This is Michelle McCarthy again, Housing Policy Manager. That's actually, I just noticed this now. I pulled up the rents for the compact living units actually have a 10% lower affordable rent. So Scrivener's error in that memo, the rent is actually $1,082 per month for a compact studio.
Okay.
For the affordable units?
Yeah, for the IDP units.
The two IDPs.
Exactly, and this is George Moranci, and again, even at, and I don't think that the IDP compact units are, more than 50% lower than market rate in this area. So, as I said, I would assume that market rate would be somewhere in the 13 to 15 range.
Sure, but it's whatever the market will bear. So if it's 16, it's whatever there's no subsidy here. It's just a market rate.
Correct, Mr. Miller. The affordable units, the two IDP units, that is set by housing policy. The others are market rate.
Sure. Thank you, George.
Now, we have seen developments that are able to offer affordability and environmental sustainability. Can you talk about the environmental sustainability of this building?
So I can have Chris Drew actually assist on this question. This is certainly going to meet stretch energy code. At this point, again, owing to the size of the project, it's a 2,500 square foot lot and the number of units, it's not something that we could actually probably seek to have certified as a LEED diamond or something like that. Project, but certainly will meet stretch energy code. There are no vehicles associated, there's no parking associated with the project, so it's not a situation where there would be any sort of electrical vehicle charging stations. There is an opportunity, because there are no roof decks, And as a rental project where my client could in fact choose to install solar voltaic panels on the roof, which would certainly help in terms of green energy points. But as I said, we certainly meet stretch energy code requirements under the code. Given the size and scope of the project, it's not something that is poised to be anything greater than what is required.
Okay, thank you.
Right, additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Cheers. Item number 22. Request authorization to issue a preliminary adequacy determination pursuant to Section 80B-5.4C, large project review of the Boston zoning code for the construction of 2 buildings consisting of 108 condominium units, including 27 IDP units and 60 income-restricted rental units, with ground floor commercial space and 142 parking spaces, subject to BPDA design review, located at 135 Dudley Street, and to take all related actions. Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, and Director Golden. We are pleased to share with you this request for consideration of the approval of the 135 Dudley project, which is on one of the parcels being advanced for development as part of the planned Nubian Square initiative. As part of this evening's presentation, we will share with you aspects of the project which focus on 3 key areas, including regulatory review, overall program and project benefits, and design considerations. As indicated in this Live, Work, Connect, Sustain slide, you'll observe that the 135 Dudley seeks to provide a sufficient increase in the number of income-restricted units to the neighborhood. The site is under the purview of the city's Department of Neighborhood Development, and the tentative designation for its development was granted by D&D to Cruz Development Company, about whom you will learn more over the course of this presentation. Throughout the regulatory review process, collaboration with D&D, BPDA, and other agencies was undertaken to ensure the proposed development of the overall former Area B2 police station site would respond to the important principles emanating from the Plan Nubian, creating beneficial affordable housing with homeownership opportunities wherever possible, creating beneficial good-paying jobs, and connecting the development to existing amenities to enhance the neighborhood and district. A brief overview of some of the regulatory milestones and associated public engagement that was part of this review. A letter of intent was filed in August of 2019, followed by a project notification form submission in September of 2019. Following the P&F comment period, the BPDA worked with city agencies, issuing a scoping determination in January of 2020. The draft project impact report was submitted by the development team in October of 2020. Boston Civic Design Commission approved this project on February 2nd, 2021. Several Article 80 meetings, both public and for IAG members, throughout the process beginning October 2019, with the most recent on June 29th, 2021. An important consideration and topic of discussion for a project of this magnitude has been the creation of affordable housing. During the Article 80 review process, the development team made an adjustment to its proposed affordability mix. Rental component will now be 100% income restricted, with affordability being maintained in perpetuity. With approval under Article 80, the development team is positioned to also be able to move forward with applications being submitted to D&D and the Commonwealth's Department of Housing and Community Development for funding sources to support this project's affordability. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Daniel Cruz, Senior Vice President of Cruz Companies, and Jeff Sargis, Senior Architect and Lead Designer for the architectural team. They will proceed with the remainder of this presentation. Following the presentation, we'll be happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Can we get the next slide, please? Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. Again, my name is Daniel Cruz Jr., and I am Senior Vice President at Cruz Development Corporation, a local development firm based here in Roxbury. We are really excited to be presenting our redevelopment plans for 135 Dudley Street in Nubian Square. It's the former site of the Area B2 police station. As part of our program, and Nick alluded to it, so I'm just going to go through it real quickly, we're going to build 170 new construction homes housed in 2 buildings. The first building is going to be a 10-story, 110-unit, mixed-income condominium structure. The second building will be a 60-home, 5-story, affordable rental building. In addition to that, we'll have 142 covered parking spaces on 2 levels within the structure, as well as 9,500 square feet of retail/commercial space. One of the things John Cruz, owner and CEO of Cruz Companies, always promotes is for us to give back economically to the neighborhoods and to support organizations that are doing good work in the inner city. Our community benefits package addresses that. The NAACP, which needs no introduction, will be a tenant visibly in Nubian Square, and we'll be providing them 1,000 square feet of office space free for 10 years. We'll also be endowing a scholarship for the NAACP at $5,000 a year for 10 years. Youth Build Boston, another organization that really does good work in the inner city, we'll be giving them $50,000 a year at $50,000 at $5,000 a year. Youth Build, for those of you who don't know, teaches young men and women the construction trades and helps them get on a path to progress. We are also committed in the construction of both buildings of hiring 1 Youth Build graduate minimally in each trade. We have 150 construction jobs, 35 permanent jobs. 60% of those are committed to local folks in the neighborhood. 60% businesses of color and 15% women, all that will benefit from all the dollars generated. Typically, we do better than 60%. On average, past 40 to 50 years, we're at 75%. We're going to hire at least 60% local Boston residents. We've never in our history missed a Boston residents target on any of our construction projects. And we're going to hire at least 60% workers of color and 15% women. On our last 2 jobs, we're very proud to report that we hit numbers of 89% and 93% on a total of about 35 million in construction. So you hear people talking about equity and inclusion, but it's been something that we've championed for the last 40 or 50 years. Next slide. I would also like to mention that the buildings will be done in phases. So the condominium building, we're hoping that we can break ground in the fall of next year. The rental building will probably come 30 months from now. So while that building's under construction, we'll simultaneously be building the rental building as well. These are just some of the affordability. As Nick mentioned, over 50% of the housing units are affordable for families starting at very minimal incomes. We have opportunities for people at 30%, 50%, 60, 80, and 100%. These are just some of the amenities. Next slide. So we really think that we developed a program that's going to make a significant positive impact in Nubian Square. And I'm going to introduce the architect, Jeff Sargis, to take us through the architectural plans. Jeff?
Thank you. So to orient us, this is the existing site located between the police station on our right, Dudley Station on the lower left, and the library and courthouse on the upper left. Next slide, please. Our project consists of 2 buildings atop a partially submerged parking garage. The 10-story condominium building is set back from the street to preserve the pedestrian experience. The front facade terraces down to complement the lower building heights as it moves towards Dudley Street. The plaza, located in front of the condominium building, extends the library's exterior space into this site, doubling the public space. The 5-story rental building maintains the height along Dudley Street and serves as a street wall building. On the corner of the rental plaza, adjacent to the police station, a plaza pushes back the rental building so the police station can be seen from the MBTA station, providing a wayfinding. Next slide. At the bottom of the slide is the site access point to the existing signalized intersection of Warren Street. Once vehicular access reaches the site, vehicles can either take a left following grade down to the lower parking or take a right following grade up to the second parking level. Next slide, please. In this view from Dudley Station, you can see how the development is broken up stylistically, creating layers within the larger complex. Next slide. Standing in the library plaza, looking towards the rental building, activity will be spread out into the proposed outdoor spaces, including a water feature at the far end. Next slide, please. At the corner of Malcolm X Boulevard, the upper floors of the rental appear to peel away from the main massing and gesture down the boulevard. These areas will be common spaces, so activity and light will be a welcoming image as one enters the square. Next slide. The close-up on the condo plaza shows proposed trees aligning with the library's trees, creating visual connections. On the right and bottom are present images of seating and water features that we're proposing. Next slide. A close-up on the rental plaza, we see the building set back from the police station on the left to create the wayfinding connection from Dudley Station. The area adjacent to the rental lobby will be a proposed cafe with outdoor seating to help activate this plaza. Next slide. Along the side of the condo building and between the library, the development proposes an accessible ramp to connect the station through the condominium plaza up to the courthouse elevation, providing an accessible route. Next slide, please. As the new site access will be from Warren, improvements are proposed, including creating a safe turning area for vehicles entering and exiting for the Boys and Girls Club. Next slide. And Nick, this is back to you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the board for any questions and comments.
Okay, we'll receive it. Okay, so what questions or comments from the board?
I really like the water feature. I love waterfall.
Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair. So there's no doubt, Dan, I'll tell you, it's an impressive looking building, that's for sure. And the jobs numbers are also impressive. My question is the people, the numbers, right? So that's 60% impressive, 15% impressive. Do you think they work for the contractors that you're going to hire right now, or will they be new hires?
I'm going to answer, but then I'm going to ask John Cruz, who's on here, who runs the construction, runs the company, to respond. But it's usually a combination of both. I mean, we've been fortunate to do this for a while. As I said, we finished two development projects, and we hit 89 and 93%. A lot of those subcontractors have, they have their workers that they utilize all the time, but depending on job size, they'll have to expand that at times to be able to meet schedule and demand.
Right. I guess my question, are these people that are going to be working for this company, these companies, right? There's a bunch of them. Are they in an apprentice program? Or is this a one and done thing? So once the job's over, the company will go do a job somewhere else. They're going to leave the workers behind. Are they going to offer them a career or just a job for this job?
And let me see if John's on. I'm going to, if he's not. John, can you answer that? Okay. I don't know, he may be having trouble with his mind. No, these are usually, historically, the firms that we use, we continue to use. And so those workers, a lot of them have been there 10, 15, 20 years because they're building capacity. One of the things that we do as we cultivate these local firms is we help them build their capacity. And as they build their capacity, they grow. I mean, we use HVAC contractor who has 21, 22 regular employees, full-time, had that size for the last 10, 12 years. So these are contractors who are in the business. They do work besides us, and we're trying to help them grow like we're trying to grow.
Okay, good. I mean, that answers the question when you say, you know, these people have been in business that long. It's just, we see sometimes that contractors offer a job and not a career. And when they leave the worker behind, versus an apprentice program where you're taught a trade that you'll take from Boston to Cambridge, to Quincy, and other places, not just a one job and done scenario. That was kind of my point. And I think you had answered it, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great, and kind of, you know, building off of that, and I don't, I mean this in all sincerity, like, how do you do it, right? How do you hit those numbers, right? What are some of your strategies? And I say this because, one, I want to learn. One, I also want to have other developers learn, right? If you can do it, why can't others, right? And I think, you know, and I think sometimes it gets frustrating to say like, oh, well, we're just going to try really hard, but we can't make any promises, right? So to see a company like yours have the kind of success that you've had in not only meeting, you know, just the basics, but extremely exceeding them. It obviously can be done. So if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit of your secret sauce there, without giving away the secrets,
Yeah.
right? But you know what I mean.
All I can say is that John Cruz is a tough taskmaster. And we cannot bring a project in without a significant commitment across the board. And it's not just on the workers. 75% of every dollar we spend on a development project goes to a firm of color. And it's not just construction, it's engineering, it's legal, it's architectural. And basically, I can't speak for other firms, but I can tell you this, that, and this may sound a little corny, but when you've been discriminated against, your commitment for inclusion and diversity is significantly stronger, I think, than maybe some others. But again, all I know is there's zero tolerance in our company for not having significant numbers. And if you ask the BRJP, they'll tell you that we're number one in the city in utilization of workers of color. I mean, you can verify it with those, and that's what we do consistently. And again, it's been going on. The first development deal John did was in 1973. I think he hit 80% on that deal. In 1973, people weren't even talking about it. But it was his father's commitment to saying, no, I'm going to keep money in my community, and he mandated it. And we do it. When we put a deal together, long answer, one of the first things we think about is what firms of color we can utilize to make this project go. We don't think about it. A lot of times people come to the closing table and they're negotiating percentages. We think about it 3 years prior in the planning process as we start to hire. Even our legal teams are primarily lawyers of color. Anyway, so that's a long answer, but it's just John's commitment and our fear of him that we deal with.
Okay. Appreciate that. Appreciate the honest answer. And yeah, I mean, I think, there's a master class to be had so that others can emulate, right, and think from that same place, right? If they don't, naturally do that. So anyway.
I would just add that what this development team has demonstrated for decades, really, is that if there's a will to really provide opportunities for people who generally haven't had them. If there's a will, there's a way to make that happen. And they've been doing this for decades. And I think that particularly because this is a residential project with a fairly significant number of market rate units that will help support the businesses in this area directly across the street from a major transit hub. This is a transformative project that I think a lot of people have hoped for, while public infrastructure dollars have gone into Nubian Square forever. And this is an opportunity to put the residents in the neighborhood who can support those businesses in a way where you'll start to get some real long-term capital accumulation. So I think this is a transformative project, and I would hope that they'd be able to get that first shovel in the ground even before next fall, if that's at all possible.
And everything you said is exactly what we know is going to happen and believe as well. So, you summed it up perfectly. And listen, developers, it's all about time. So if we can get in sooner, trust me, Dr. Landsmark, we will.
Great. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan? Hey, he has a thumbs up, so I'm gonna take it as an aye. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 23, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 27 compact living income restricted residential rental units, common space, and 147 bicycle spaces, subject to BPDA design review, located at 72 Burbank Terrace, and to take all related actions. Nick.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Plahimas, and Director Golden. We are pleased to share with you this request for consideration of the approval of the Burbank Terrace project, which seeks to bring income-restricted housing to the Fenway neighborhood and also falls under the auspices of the City of Boston's Compact Living Guidelines. By way of background, a previous iteration of this project under a different owner was approved by the BPDA Board of Directors in February 2019, with Zoning Board of Appeals approval granted in August of 2019. During the intervening time, the Fenway CDC transacted a purchase of the project and reconfigured it to provide for an all-income restricted development that fits within the Compact Living Guidelines and offers beneficial amenities to its residents as indicated on the Live, Work, Connect, Sustain slide, which you will see. Given the anticipated changes in the project ownership through the project purchased by the Fenway CDC, as well as the anticipated changes to the overall development under the CDC's auspices, it was deemed appropriate that a new small project review process be undertaken. A brief overview of some of the regulatory milestones and associated public engagement that was part of this review. As a part of this, the small project review application was submitted on December 3rd, 2020. There was a public meeting held on December 21st of the same year, and the comment period concluded on January 3rd of 2021. In addition to the aforementioned, the Fenway CDC also had a number of engagement discussions with area stakeholders as it worked through aspects of taking on ownership of the project. With approval under Article 80, the development team is positioned to also be able to move forward with applications being submitted to D&D and the Commonwealth's Department of Housing and Community Development for funding sources to support this project's affordability. Thank you for my time, and at this point, I will turn it over to Sunteen John, Director of the Real Estate at the Fenway CDC, and Rob DeSalvo, the Principal at Embark Architects. I would also like to note that this project has received enthusiastic support from Councillor Bach, and at this time, I will turn it over to the CDC.
Thank you, Nick. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, BPDA staff and community. I'm Sunit John, Director of Real Estate at Fenway Community Development Corporation. Thank you for all of your time this evening. Along with me presenting today would be Katie Fidler from Embark. We are delighted to present Burbank Terrace. This is Fenway CDC's first ground-up development project in 30 plus years. As by way of background, Fenway CDC acquired the project fully entitled, like Nick mentioned, by the previous developer, Forest Properties. This was a 32-unit market rate project under the compact living policy. But to align with our mission, Fenway CDC made some changes to the program, but still within the compact unit policy guidelines. We are converting the project into a 100% affordable one, increasing the number of 2-bedroom units, thus making this a more family-friendly project, thus consequently reducing the unit count to 27 units. Next, please. This is an infill development site, which is located less than 200 yards from the Christian Science Center Plaza. And of particular importance to us is the fact that this is located adjacent to a building that houses our office, as well as the building has 36 households that, in fact, Fenway CDC owns and manages about 240 housing units within 150 yards of the site. Next, please. Shown here is an overview of the changes that the CDC made to the program. We have kept the building envelope and scale as is, but next, please. But we slightly redesigned the layout to increase the number of 2-bedroom units from a 13 studio, 12 1-bedroom unit, 7 2-bedroom unit project. The proposed project has 8 studios, 7 1-bedroom units, and 12 2-bedroom units. And also shown are the affordability mix that we are aiming for. 7 of the units will be for folks who are at 30% AMI or below, 5 of the units at 50% AMI or below, and 15 of them at 60% AMI or below. Next, please. Shown here is an overview of how we meet aspects of compact living guidelines while exceeding the related transportation demand management measures. All units fall within compact living unit size maximums and provide efficient storage, function, and access to daylight. We have also enhanced the amenity spaces compared to previously approved design. We have an amenity lounge, a package room at the ground level. Additionally, we have a bike storage room, laundry room, and trash room at the garden level. And some of these changes were made after receiving feedback from our community members. Next, please. Now I invite Katie from Embark Studio, the architects, to walk us through the design.
There we go. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for being here today and hearing our project. I'm Katie Fiedler from Embark Studio. I'm the project manager of 72 Burbank Terrace. What we're looking at here are some current site photos. As mentioned, this is an infill site. This is kind of, the first image is looking straight on, the second is looking towards 91 Westland Street. Next slide, please. Oh, no, previous. I think I got a different version. So just speaking high level on the design, there were some contextual challenges and items that we wanted to make sure that we maintain and respect with regards to what we put within the neighborhood, especially since this is an infill site. We want to make sure that whatever we design impacts the streetscape in a positive way. So some of those challenges that you can kind of see from the first image on the left is we were mitigating different frontage zones from the CDC building on the right to 91 Westland on the left. So using different design techniques in terms of the form, the materiality, and some of the data lines that exist on the current facades. We're mitigating this gap with stone banding that not only continues from the CDC building on the right and hops up in scale towards 91 Westland on the left to the right. We're also using a brick material that if you can recall from the previous photos, the Fenway CDC's building has a very unique brick that is actually a multicolored brick that we can't find. So we're kind of picking a tone of quality that matches something in kind so that brick can kind of come across, hop onto our building. And then we're using a bay-like form, which has been repeated down the street to jump towards the street to pick up the datum line of 91 Westland. Also continuing, as you can see, with datum lines on the cornice lines. And then once we hop to the 5th and 6th floors, we actually step the building back to make those, the brick and stone kind of pop up and the contextual elements kind of read forward with the 5th and 6th areas, level, excuse me, stepping back and kind of respecting that frontage. Next slide. So this is the ground floor plan showing the entry off Burbank Street on the right. We have a vestibule, package, mail area, and amenity lounge right off the entryway. We tried to design this lounge knowing that this is compact unit, so people will want kind of this extra space that they can kind of get out and have. We wanted a multi-use space for this amenity lounge, so we're creating a study area, kitchenette, lounge, game room, kind of multiverse that is compact, but multiple people can use it at once without feeling like they're kind of on top of one another. Also on this floor, we have 2 of our units. On the garden level floor below is where we have our bike room, laundry, trash, utility rooms, as well as 2 more units. And then on the floors above is more residential units as well. We're also maintaining the existing alley that is there at the band at the top, as you see plan north. So that existing access will be maintained. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned previously some of the materiality on the ground floor base. We're continuing the same stone pattern that is present at the CDC building, same patterning of a limestone material. Above, kind of in our middle zone, we have a brick, a full brick. And then at the top, we're using a high-pressure laminate panel, a very resilient panel for our kind of more modern block that's set back. Next slide, please. Oh. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Nick.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the board?
That's my question, Nick.
Sorry, don't mean to
Do
cut
you
you
have
off.
any questions or comments from the board?
I would just say that this is a community-based developer that has a very, very long and I think pretty distinguished commitment to providing and maintaining affordable housing in a neighborhood with really high market rate potential. And they're taking a parking lot, basically, that has been abandoned for probably decades at this point, and converting it into a kind of housing that's going to be very attractive, particularly given its proximity to cultural activities and the park, and great shopping and a range of other things. And I think that it's an exemplary project in this neighborhood coming from a really terrific group.
Thank you.
Great. And I think the building's like pretty. It just feels like refreshing. The color palette, I don't know. I like it. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
My mouse froze last time.
I know, sorry, but I got your thumbs up, so it was, I think we got you in the record.
Yes, you
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. I was going to say meeting adjourned, it's not. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good night.
All right, item number 24. Request authorization for the conveyance of parcel P-16C-2 and parcel P-16C-3 located on 0 Mead Street and 0 Bunker Hill Street, respectively, to Kendrick LLC, care of the Georges Company Incorporated, for an abutter open lot space to execute a land disposition agreement for the open space restrictions and to take all related actions. Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. The BPDA offered these subject to parcels for abutter open space use in an RFP issued April 14th, 2021. On May 18th, 2021, we received one proposal from Kendrick LLC, owner of an abutting 2-family home. The parcels are located on a steep, wooded, and brush-covered landlocked hillside off of Mead Street in Charlestown, which is known as Nanny Goat Hill. It's adjacent to a public staircase known as the 40 Flights that connects Mead Street and Bunker Hill Street. This abutter is the only abutter with direct access to these parcels. Kendrick is proposing to redevelop the parcels as appropriately landscaped and attractive green space to support the abutting residents at 43 Mead Street, as well as to aesthetically benefit the surrounding community. The proposed landscaping is appropriate for the steep hillside and will help mitigate erosion. The landscape plan was reviewed and approved by BPDA Urban Design and will be incorporated into a land disposition agreement that will also contain a reverter clause to ensure that the parcels are not used for anything other than open space to support the abutting residents. The appraised value of the parcels, according to an appraisal dated July 14th, 2021, is $12,000. The redeveloper has offered $5,000. BPDA staff has determined that it is appropriate to accept this offer given the benefits of preserving open space in a densely populated neighborhood, getting the property onto the tax rolls, and mitigating maintenance costs and liability for the BPDA. For these reasons, staff recommends that the board please vote to approve this conveyance. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ray. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Item number 25, request authorization to award final designation status to Andrew Copo and Brooke, sorry, my printer ink, and Brooke Byman, Coleman, Madam Chair. Coleman, okay, thank you. Need to get a new cartridge. For the conveyance of parcel A-1 located at 23 Highland Street for an abutter open lot space to execute and deliver a deed and land disposition agreement for the open space restriction and to take all related actions. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On December 17th, 2020, the BPDA Board approved a request to issue applications for the sale of 3 parcels in the Kittredge Square urban renewal area through the Abutter Parcels program. On May 13th, 2021, the board approved the tentative designation of the second of these parcels, parcel A1 at 23 Highland Street. We return today to request final designation. The parcel contains 2,100 square feet of vacant land abutted by residential buildings to the side and to the rear. On January 6, 2021, the BPDA made applications for the parcel available to all direct abutters for 60 days. The asking price was set at the assessed value of the parcel, which is $24,400. The BPDA received 3 applications from abutting property owners. Per the guidelines in the application, the BPDA offered the applicants the opportunity to purchase the property together and divide it amongst themselves. 2 of the abutters reached an agreement. The 3rd declined to participate. The BPDA found the joint proposal of the 2 abutters to be more highly advantageous. Among other factors, a key consideration was their offer to convey a portion of the parcel to the 3rd abutter for $1. Since awarding tentative designation, the purchasers have completed all required items, including
executing an agreement with the third abutter, completion of a survey and proposed lot line division, negotiating terms and conditions of a deed and land disposition agreement, and BPDA review of the design plan. Therefore, we request authorization to award final designation of parcel A1 in the Kittredge Square urban renewal area located at 23 Highland Street to Andrew Copo and Brooke Coleman. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Awesome. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
Okay, so on to administration and finance. Personnel, Heather.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. We have just a few BRA items for consideration this evening. 2 status changes with details in your board packet, 1 travel request with details in your board packet, and lastly 2 departures. Sonal Gandhi, Deputy Chief of Staff, effective July 16th, and Jonathan Grilly, Director of Development Review, effective July 23rd. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Great. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 30, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, director's update, which Director Golden is enjoying a well-deserved vacation. I hope you're not watching. So we will skip the director's update for this meeting. With that, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn the BPDA meeting.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a safe and prosperous month. We'll see you next month.